Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is your lovable chief host, Collar Rumble, aka Collar Genesis, broadcasting tonight throughout the Collar Land, blogosphere, blogosphere, social media. Like, share, subscribe. Look, when you got topics like the last Black land falls, Liberia welcomed US AFRICOM. You know we're gonna get down tonight. You know what's going down in Cololand. You know this is a way you want to be. You know you don't want to be anyplace else. You know you should tell a friend. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, tell a buddy, tell somebody that the College Genesis is on. And we're going to rumble tonight, as we have another explosive topic, as I keep giving you topic after topic, and you can't seem to get enough. Because let me tell you something, folks. This platform belongs to us, all of us. This platform belongs to us. Platform is the place of the revolution. Some people can't handle the truth. They can't handle the revolution, but you can't ignore this, because the bottom line is, as long as this little tiny platform is putting out truth, it's affecting people, So that's why I said that's my calling in life. I don't give two shits about fucking making money off this shit or making money, whatever the hell people think they're going to do with this movement. I want freedom. I want my people to see my people free. I want a revolution. That's what I'm about. I was born a revolutionary. I was taught revolutionary by my aunts and uncles and whatnot that were in the Nation of Islam, the Black Panthers, the Garvey movement. That's where my family comes from, So I'm just basically carrying on the 21st century version of what my ancestors did. I come from Black nationalists and Black militants, So this is what I'm saying. I can't be bought by money or swayed by money in this movement, right? Yeah, we all want Black economics, but sometimes you got to put economics aside to friggin' to concentrate on liberation of people. If we ain't free, all the money in the damn world means nothing. What's going on, Frenchie? Thanks for joining me tonight. Keep the chat room thing. Look, the bottom line is this: if you come in this chat room, I give my moderators discretion to mute, timeout, block whoever the hell they want to. It's up to them. I make no bones about it or not. Look, people are grown people here, Yeah, it was a hot mess. I just got off Dynasty screen. I was watching. I was gonna call back in, but I had to freaking drive all the way to I was gonna load my computer up, right? Because my phone kept going out on me, right? So I looked at my bag. I said, how the hell I leave my damn mouse to my laptop at my damn office? So I had to drive all the way across town. And then something. And so every time something happens, something dumb, so I hate when people do dumb stuff. I feel like smacking them. So when I do dumb stuff, I had to smack myself in the head. What the hell did you do? Why, after your appointment this morning, you had a meeting today? There was no reason for me to take my mouse out of my bag. What the hell did I do that for? Absolutely no reason. So I'm sitting there cursing myself the whole way over. I got to go all the way over here. I want to be on Dining Show. I had something other to say because I hung up. I said I want to call back. So I didn't get a chance to call back. I was like, God dang, I'm so pissed off. So I said, well, I'll just say what I'm going to say on my show tonight, So it's all good, though. But yeah, we have a good show tonight, folks. Like I said, like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, tell an enemy, tell somebody that the College Genesis is here. This is where you want to be. You want to be here tonight. It's the right thing to do. So always do the right thing. Always tune into the College Genesis because platform belongs to us. This is our safe space to tell it like it is, right? I basically don't make any bones. Look, everybody is welcome on this platform, whether you're African, African American, Caribbean, whoever the hell it is, Everyone's basically welcome on this platform. I give everybody a chance to say what their opinions and everything. If you disagree with me, that's fine. We all have a title to our opinions and beliefs and everything like that. But at least we can have a discussion, And nobody comes here like, no, this is the way. No, that's if your opinion is that's fine. But the bottom line is say, this is my opinion. That's what I always say. If I could say, this is the way I see it, this is my opinion, That's how it is. If I disagree with somebody, well, this is my viewpoint, you know. And where my viewpoint comes from, my life experience, the things I've seen in my life. So it creates a viewpoint. That don't mean I'm right. It just means that's my viewpoint, you know. Yeah, no. We do not want the United States to. Let me tell you something, Dusty Brothers. So, like, and my good Dusty Bros too. I'm gonna explain something to you tonight. I know people get frustrated and they're like, "I wish the United States would take over Liberia," but that's the last thing you want to do. Our ancestors who built Liberia, they did one thing. They knew eventually the white man in America. They knew who they were dealing with. They will come across the Atlantic and persecute them in their own land. So they set up a constitution and everything to protect themselves on that land. No white people could own land. No white people could build a military. No white people could occupy any territory in Liberia, you know, only territory. They could only lease, whatever like that, but it's not like a military occupation. Now, our ancestors, Joseph Jenkins Roberts, the father of Liberia, the founding fathers of Liberia, Elijah Johnson, Randolph Cooper, Joseph Jenkins Roberts, and Stephen Allen Benson. These men are turning in their grave right now, as AFRICOM has set the host. United Liberia set the host AFRICOM in West Africa. What they're going to use Liberia as a staging ground to wage war in the Sahel. This right here is a game changer and everything. Now, people say, "Carl, you gonna give up?" No, I cannot give up. I cannot give up. This thing might cost me my life, you know. But I am not gonna go out like this and let these people like this. Like I always say, render unto Caesar. I put a one in the chat room when I did. You remember the show I did? I said, "Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's." I was saying, look, the white man has America, whatever like that. I don't care. I said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? In the hopes that I was saying that render unto me what's mine, you know? I said Africa, Liberia specifically, belongs to me. Now, the white man has broken a deal. He's broken a deal. He's basically going into my homeland. Like, and what gets me is people wonder why I get mad at Native Africans and whatnot. I am sick and tired of the monkey kingdom. I'm sick and tired of Native Africans acting so stupid and ignorant and dumb. All they do is get online and talk about, oh, Black America this, Black. I look at the Dynasty chat room. I say, Africans have really nothing to talk about. Really nothing to talk about. Because the bottom line is this idea of Black nationalism and resistance to white supremacy only exists in Black America. That's why they do not want Black America, our ideology, people like me, ever gaining power and a foothold in Africa. That's what this is all about. They'll have African. They know they can control Africans. They can't control us, you know? And like I said, people think, oh, the United States. No, we're not going to say the United States is an enemy of Liberia. It's an enemy of Africa. As simple as that. Nothing good. Let me tell you something, Dusty Brothers. Nothing good will come out of that. Look at the United States in Cuba. Look what it did in the Philippines. Central America, everywhere the United States is, America is so wicked and so evil and so corrupt, it's almost incapable of doing good. There's never been a case like if the United States go to the Congo friggin' is going to be worse than what it is right now. They're going to figure out, damn, you've been in here for 15 years, and oh yeah, well, wait till you have when they set up military bases and the women have to use their bodies to service American soldiers and stuff like that. That's going to be in the Congo and various parts of Africa. In other words, Africa is going to start looking like the Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia, all these places where prostitution is rampant because of the presence of the U.S. military, you know? So this is what we're talking about. I don't want to see that happen in Liberia. Liberia is a beautiful country with beautiful people and whatnot. And I see the women, for the most part, are very virtuous, you know? I don't want to see the African women in Liberia corrupted by the white man and the white man's vices of selling their body and stuff like that. That's exactly what's going to happen with AFRICOM there. If they will build a military base, you'll have U.S. servicemen there and whatnot, and women. So the thought of seeing young Liberian girls giving their bodies to these white men or whoever else, you know, is just, look, if you're a Liberian or a Black man, you should be up in arms right now. Our ancestors built that country so that, and they left it to us to make sure that never happens, that we always have a safe place, that we could call our own. There's one part of Africa that will always stay in the black people's hands, and that was supposed to be Liberia. But the bottom line is this: now that's being threatened. I'm gonna get into what I'm talking about. I'm gonna read the article, and then we'll discuss this. Why should we sit back and let the Liberia welcome the US AFRICOM? I mean, because I think a lot of times Liberians don't understand. This is what bothers me. It's like when I'm in Liberia, right? When they call me an American, right? They don't make a distinction between me, an African American slave descendant, and so I'm just another American to them. If they don't understand that there's a Black America and there's a white America, they think it's just okay. It's Black and white people here in America, but y'all Americans, y'all get along. No, it doesn't. White people in Africa have a different agenda than me being a Black person of African descent in Liberia. When I'm there, I'm trying to connect to what my ancestors built. Instead of being hostile towards that, that's something that should be encouraged. White people have nothing in Liberia, no stake in Liberia, other than the fact they want to take it over. They feel it's everything that belongs to the Black man really belongs to them. So they want to have the U.S. base there. Why? Because they want a footprint on the continent, right? And what better thing is sell this idea that Liberian America. I heard they had a ceremony which they raised a Liberian flag, and Americans say, "Oh, similar." No, the Liberian flag had nothing to do with the U.S. flag. It had really nothing to do with the U.S. flag, the way it was made and stuff like that, with the stripes and the Lone Star, as opposed to multiple stars and the white and the red. They had meaning to it, right? It had nothing to do with copying the United States. It was not like that. But people are trying to basically make Liberia as some U.S. Like there was some relationship between there was special relationship between America and Liberia. It never was. We're gonna go over that tonight. There was never any real relationship or friendship between Liberia and the United States. It never existed. The countries that were really close to Liberia, the best country Liberia ever had that really liked Liberia and took it under its wing was Germany, right? Next was Spain, and the next one was, I believe, the Netherlands, right? France, Britain, and the United States never liked Liberia, Spain basically created in the 1950s a Liberia holiday. In other words, celebrating the lone Black Republic, celebrating Lazarus, the Black man. Liberia symbolized the Black man had risen from the dead. The Black race out of slavery had literally, Africa was a dark continent, but on that dark continent, there was a bright star. That meant light. The star in Liberia meant the Lone Star means light, And so basically that light star and whatnot basically was hope to all the Black people around the world that there was some place on earth that we could prove that we rule and we could govern ourselves, So yeah, I'm gonna get you guys a link in. We're gonna get the link in. This is an explosive topic, but I want to read some excerpts from what I read today. I got to say, this freaking idiot Jamal. Jamal's a fucking asshole. He always send me shit to piss me the fuck off. I didn't even see this shit, but Jamal had to fucking send it to me. Basically, what do you think about your precious Liberia now, Collar? That's what he does, So let's see. Let me find this thing. Let's see. All right. There's some pictures up here. I don't know if I can play this, 55 pictures. I'm seeing the U.S. and Liberia side by side. This Liberian clown saluting with the U.S. And the military general is a white guy. And it basically going, what the heck? This is really bad. This is really bad. You got the Armed Forces of Liberia right there with the U.S. military and stuff like that. This is really, really bad, Really, really bad. This is sad situation. That means AFRICOM, Liberia is going to be a proxy for AFRICOM in their war against Traore and all the rest of it. This is not going to be good. This really is not going to be good. Now it's time to fucking panic, Now it's time to get angry and everything like that. What are we going to do? I don't hear nobody getting angry. I'm the only angry Black man you see in the world. I'm the last angry Black man. Everybody else is, well, Colin, why not? Because you're getting your little check from the white man and whatnot. You're gonna sit back with. I don't give a fuck about the fucking none of this shit, right? If I can't have a fucking nation of my own and whatnot, I'd rather have the whole world burned to the ground. That's the way I feel about it, you know? So let me just read this article. We're going to get into this, you know? You know, I mean, the white man has the world. They're talking about getting Greenland. They're talking about getting uh, uh, talking about getting the Panama Canal. That I bet you anything they're probably setting up shop in Antarctica. They got all corners of the world. Why can't you leave someplace on Earth? Now they're getting the Congo and whatnot. This is what I'm talking about. Anybody who's against black people in America having a nation of their own is my fucking enemy. I don't want no damn citizenship in these fucking stupid puppet ass African bootlicking countries, you know? I want an African. I want a country that will fucking go to war with the white man when the time comes. That's what I want. If you can't do that, if none of these countries in Africa are ready for war at the time, then they don't need me. So all you ADOS FBA people, fuck you too. I'm tired of you bootlicking niggas. You know, if you want to keep your bootlicking ass, stay in America. You know, I have no problem. Like I said, if you want to be the white man's slave, you love America so much, and you want to love with these white Americans, so that's fine. But when it comes down to us, right, saying that we want our own nation or we want to preserve everything we built, you know, then bottom line, leave us the hell alone. Let us be, you know. Okay, here it goes right here. The United States Command Chief of Logistics visited the Armed Forces of Liberia High Command. Not good. Barclay Training Center. So I drive by there all the time, you know, on the way to the airport, you know, look at these goofballs, you know, Brigadier General George Dietrich, Chief of Logistics, United States High Command, visited Armed Force Command of the Armed Forces of Liberia at Barclay Trade Center. That was yesterday, April 28, 2025. Upon arrival, General Dietrich was warmly received by the AFL, that's Armed Forces of Liberia, Chief of Staff Major General Davidson Fora, and given military honors by presence of the AFL Honor Guard and the AFL Marching Band. He was given a colorful red carpet reception. Wow, man. Wow. So it tells me no matter what the fuck we say about Pan-Africans, why these people don't give a flying fuck about us or building anything with us. It's all about the white man because they know the white man has money, you know, and all this kind of stuff like this. It just, I don't know. I mean, that's why I said I don't want to hear nobody preach to me about Pan-Africanism anymore. I'm the authority on Pan-African Black nationalism, you know. I'm discrediting everybody from here on in. Immediately following high honors bestowed on General Dietrich, Major Forley seized the opportunity to introduce his entire staff to his guests. During a brief meeting, Major General Ford welcomed the Brigadier Dietrich to Liberia and wished him a safe, enjoyable visit. The AFL boss gave a brief overview of the historic commonality. Look, this is what I'm talking about. This guy, Ford, is a native Liberian, right? How could he speak for what my ancestors had with the United States? Liberia did its best to hold the United States off, you know, for years. Now they're trying to build on some relationship that they don't have. So that's how they get sold out. Liberia was founded by Black nationalists, you know. Look at historically commonalities in the all-time relationship with America and Liberia. That's a lie. You know, America had more relationship with Ghana, Nigeria, and all these countries than Liberia. America neglected Liberia, didn't know it existed for most of its history. And he further connected an all-time relationship to Liberia's first president. Now, this is blasphemy right here. Joseph Jacobs Roberts, the naming of Liberia's capital after former U.S. President James Monroe. Big fucking deal, you know? Major General Fuller recounted, among other factors, the AFL stands tall in the sovereign as a force of good because the United States taxpayer money saw the restructuring of continuous trade of the AFL personnel. He thanked the U.S. government through AFRICOM for selecting Liberia to host the third AFRICOM West Africa Legislation Conference and expected to hold in August this year. This is ridiculous, man. This is not good, man. I'm freaking depressed, And for all shipments of $20 million US dollars, where that's only the United States could come up with $20 million, They give Liberia peanuts, and Liberia gets so happy over their little fucking crumbs. I hate that shit. Military to donate to Liberia by the African Union in nearby completion. But for his part, General Dietrich thanked the AFL High Command for the warmth and colorful reception, stated it was obviously an inevitable choice for the AFL to host the third Africa West Africa visit because of outstanding roles previous conference. He indicated that it would be a fantastic opportunity for AFL to host the third conference since the representative from the U.S. Department of Defense will be in attendance. General Brigham, they're about to wage war, a really bloody war in West Africa. And unfortunately, Liberia looks like it's going to be the staging ground. This sad. Just getting you guys prepared, Brigadier General Dietrich encouraged the AFL to use the conference to showcase significant roles Liberia plays in the sub-region, The visiting general concluding by informing the AFL High Command that AFRICOM is looking forward to training personnel and the provision of spare parts upon arrival. The West African Logistics Conference is an opportunity that brings together the entire sub-region to discuss common logistics issues by solve collectively. The conference also affords the host nation a valuable chance to demonstrate the highlights of its military structure and force. This is fucking insane. Let's look at some of the comments. Somebody said Liberia needs to send troops to Burkina Faso to protect Ibram Chory. I agree with that. The AFL and country will not be used against other African countries. Good. So Liberians are against this, so true. Everybody saying yes. So far, people on my side, We want empowerment, not visits for good, nothing promises. We like to say no U.S. fake pretend. AFL salary needs to increase. Skill department needs to be improved so other people will benefit. They join these things. We're not joining the security sector. Our security, especially AFL, is not respected. The AFL is underpaid. I am a soldier from birth. We love. For soldiers, we can't follow love to starve. If Liberian government gets involved with the Burkina president, it would be sickening. Next comment. Mr. President, your people love you. Our Liberian issues, they welcome. But if anything about Burkina Faso, we of Liberia will not support anything else. Yeah. The bottom line is, the bottom line is Liberians will revolt if they go against Burkina Faso. If you let the United States, and I, for one, on record, I do not support the United States in what they're doing against Traore. I don't support what it's doing in Liberia. Nothing good is going to come out of United States military intervention in West Africa. Nothing. The white man needs to go elsewhere. He needs to pack his bags, get the hell out of West Africa. Go to France, go to Europe, go to Asia, but get the hell out of Africa. I mean it. The fact that we got to sit here in America and watch these motherfuckers come to our ancestral homeland and take over. It's enough that they fucking brought us here and discriminate against us, don't want us here in America, but now they want to come to our ancestral homeland, fill our native brothers up with stupidity and take over that, manipulate our native brothers and do that. So anyway, Emmanuel Power says, AFL, how long your associates to the U.S. will improve the situation? It's no, never. These Liberians aren't stupid. They know nothing ever good comes out of America. I personally appreciate that move. I think it's time for Liberia to put in an aircraft to be rotor wing or fixed wing. Shut up, this guy's an idiot. Indeed, we are the force of good, real or whatever. We need development. We do not need problems to play evil for another African country. Right. Another comment, any 10-10 boys will go nowhere. We are watching. Some fools said, I'm so excited about such a move. Thanks for your cooperative ideas. These are ignorant people, Somebody said, great, but we're not going with them to North Korea. It should be, next comment, it should be only Liberian problem, but let Burkina Faso business, let them go. That's you think. What do you think they're in Liberia for? It's all about Burkina Faso. You know, you think they would be in Liberia if it wasn't for Ibram Chory and French Africa? It's not just Burkina Faso, it's Guinea, it's Mali, all the people. They can use Liberia as a base. You know, they could basically really destroy that region right there. They can have Liberia sits on the edge of the Sahel, you know, not too far from the Sahel. So between Guinea starts with Guinea, you know, so okay. Let's see. Let's say it should be only a Liberia public. Okay, hope everything goes well. Ready to ride, ready to roll. Those stupid idiot. Let them give us weapons to protect ourselves, our friends. Hope Burkina Faso will be there. America don't give freely. There's a plan coming up. Watch out. Of course, there's somebody smart. Somebody probably listens to the Call of Genesis. They are all the problem for Africans. Yes. A force for good. Yeah, whatever. Force for good. You know, the only thing that they visit is without army. You know, this is somebody said this is wonderful. There's a stupid, like I said, you got a lot of stupid people out there, you know. This is wonderful. The United States is going to set up shop over here and you introduce us to fucking go fight in Burkina Faso. You might get fucking refugees coming pouring in from Guinea, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone. So like, the whole region could spiral out of control. You know, so it is what it is, you know. Great job. Somebody said, great job. Trader of Africa. Wow. Somebody took a shot at Liberia, said traitor. Congratulations, Chief. Liberia will not be used against other African nations. Let them carry out the visit and leave. Congratulations, General. Please send Liberia government some gunboats to patrol the Liberian Ocean from a Sierra Leone border to the Ivory Coast border. Yeah, good luck with that, you know. Please edit the post beginning because it should have been the United States of America, not Africa, you know. Thanks for understanding. Okay, whatever. You know, they want to use Liberia against Faso, same way using Ivory Coast, you know, and the evil people are watching to see not nonsense happening. Yeah, that's what it is. They want to use these countries, Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, against Burkina Faso, you know. Did I hear a white man is titled the head of the United States of Africa? Yeah, there's about AFRICOM. You know, African command is headed by a white guy. You know, yeah. We don't need any Western imperialists in our country in Africa. They pretend to support, but they're pushing an agenda, of course. Yeah. So all Liberians aren't stupid, you know. If you don't want citizens to hate, stop. You post an evil picture of, hey, we are doing a fight. Like, okay, wow, we don't need them. They're about to sell their culture, future for 30 pieces of silver. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. They're selling Liberia out for a piece of silver, you know. AFL, America, fool in Liberia, you know, great, good job, awesome, great, you know. So Liberians are pretty much freaking divided over this, you know. Some people say, great, great, great. They think of the short-term benefits. You understand, the United States, like the story of the devil and Tom Walker. When you sell your soul to the devil, when not for riches or short-term gain, pretty soon he's gonna come. He's gonna want your soul. You know, now it's time to come or not, you know, and he's going to come and collect. You know, when you make this deal with the devil or not, the devil's going to come and collect, you know. So you have to be careful about this, you know. So this is what we're talking about tonight, right? You know, can we basically keep going on? What is the solution, right? And I'm going to talk about, I was asked about this ADDI. That's a Dr. Arikana group. Let me tell you something. I would like to have that debate. You know, I really honestly don't trust this lady. And I don't trust anybody that comes along, right? And look, the Pan-African talk, right? And the black man, that doesn't sell in Africa. That's why PLO Lumumba, although he's part of ADDI, he can't get elected dog catcher in Africa. The only people that buy into this black Pan-African stuff are so-called Negro Americans. And that's why Dr. Arikana, she lives in America. You know, she got this ADI, she got money coming in, so it funds her lifestyle, you know? And this is being done at real black nationalist groups and real stuff like that, because they got people sucked in because they saw this lady, oh, she Dr. Arikana. Look, I told you the other day, with the first Monkey Kingdom, when people give themselves titles, you know, one of the titles I can't stand is when somebody calls themselves a doctor. When somebody says, I'm Dr. such a, so like that, I run in the other direction. I'm out of there. Doctor, what? Dr. Boyd Swat, I'm out of there. Dr. Umar Johnson, let me go. let me get on the next bus out of here, you know? I run from them like I would a rattlesnake, you know? When somebody calls themselves a doctor. You black people are always looking for a messiah, you know? Dr. such and such, Dr. Sebi. Dr. Sebi was an illiterate. You know, he came to America. That's another thing. You could come to America and black people in America, because we don't unlike the white man's system of getting licensing and education, stuff like that. We're always trying to do things to disprove what is obvious, you know? If you're going to be a doctor, you have to get a medical degree. You got to get study. You got to get a residency. You got to do all the stuff like that, and then you pass the medical exam, and then you get licensed at the medical school to practice medicine. But the black people, you know, Dr. Sebi, he's an herbalist or not. You give him time diet, you let somebody like him diagnose you. You know, people died listening to Dr. Sebi. You know, it wasn't a real doctor. Well, who says he's not a real doctor? Only the black people say something like that, because we don't basically believe that deep down inside. There's too many of us don't believe in education. We won't value education. We don't value laws. We don't value accomplishments, achievements, and academics and stuff like that. That's the basis of building modern civilization. Well, not just modern civilization, but civilization since the time immemorial. Education, science, scholarship means something, you know? And there's no shortcut to that. So when I asked people about Dr. Arikana, I said, what is she a doctor of? I don't know. Does she have any books? Does she have any research? Does she have papers? Does she ever do a thesis? Anything like that? No. Is she peer reviewed in her arguments? Does she have debates? Usually people have debates, or they have something that opinions that's peer reviewed and then vetted, right? And then once they basically pass the test, and then they go into publishing books or building an institute around that ideology. But no such thing in the black community. All you have to do is make a couple of fiery speeches and put out there, Dr. Umar Johnson, Dr. Boyce Watkins, Dr. Claude Anderson. He's another one, Dr. Claude Anderson. I have nothing against Dr. Claude Anderson, but what is he a doctor of? You know, this is the mentality we have in Black America. This is why we can't get anything done. Because you basically will follow people that got a doctor behind their name, then humbly listen to somebody like me who basically says, I'm not a doctor, I'm just an average person and whatnot, but I have a lot of good ideas. Just give me a chance, listen to me, you know? No, because I don't have doctor behind my name, because I'm not on mainstream media and I'm not on big platforms and whatnot. You don't listen to what I have to say. So this is the end result of what we're going through right now. We keep taking L's. The black race keep taking L's all over. We're about to lose the Congo, you know? And I hate to tell you this, folks, is the ADDI, that thing in Burkina Faso, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Trust me. These people, you think these people are going to just let you take over a region of the world that they consider their property and they make money off of and everything? That's one of the foundations of wealth. It has uranium, it has gold, it has all stuff like this. You really think they're going to be like this? And I asked my good brother last night. I said, okay, they're going to Burkina Faso. So, I said, Burkina Faso has not severed its ties from France. France is still deeply involved with Burkina Faso, right? I'm not telling anything against that, but I said, okay, how do you get in? What airline flies to Burkina Faso? Air France. There you go. The only way you can get in and out of Burkina Faso is through France. So I thought France was supposed to be on its way out or out and everything like that. And we're supposed to be coming in and building some PanAfricanism, like Cuddi was saying. Look, the bottom line is this, folks. I've been around way too long. You know, I've been on this earth 50-something years. You know, you can't fool me. I have a very low threshold for bullshit. You know, I've heard it all. I've been hearing all this stuff. The people, we're gonna rise up and all stuff like that. I've been hearing this stuff for 35 years. 35 years I've been listening to this stuff. And when it comes down to it, most people are just nothing but a bunch of talk and hype. Nothing will get done, you know? So Elvis, 58 years. Actually, I'm 57, but what does that matter, Elvis? I'm 57, so what? I'm proud of my age. I don't hide my age. I'm 57 years old. I was born in 1967. You know, so 57. I will be 58 this year at the end of the year. I don't need to hide my age, Elvis. I'm not you. You're a fucking loser. That's why you feel like the time's passed. My life has been well spent. I'm very successful in life. So I have nothing to hide, you know. I don't need to run the streets. I don't have to run like this. I got my life in order, you know. You know, so I don't need to freaking I don't hide my, only a fucking fool hides his age because he feels like he's not doing anything with his life. So he got like this. I'm 58. When I turn 60, I'll be 60. When I turn 65, I'll be 65. When I turn 70, I'll be 70. Every year I'll say, I will not erase 1 year out of my life because every year in my life meant something. You know, every last single thing for the time I was on this earth means something. I'm not going to erase no years, take years away from my life and say I'm younger. I hate when people do that. You know, if they want to do that, that's fine, but I won't. You know, I'll say my age. I say what I'm at. I'm in my late 50s and whatnot, soon to be 60. You know, that's what I am. You know, so I don't need to be younger. You know, what the hell I need younger for? I'm not the man I was when I was 55. I know way more than I did when I was 55. Every year, as I get older, I get wiser. I get stronger and I get wiser. You know, I wasn't the man I was last year at 56. You know, every year is supposed to add something to you. You know, every year counts. But yeah, like I said, so basically, this thing with Liberia really, really puts a damper on my plans and what I'm trying to do in Liberia and stuff like that, because maybe Liberia is just not the place, you know, anymore, you know. It just seems to me that, hey, look, you know, my ancestors had a dream and everything like that. And if the United States and Liberia go through with this and whatnot, you know, but there's a lot of opposition to this in Liberia, you know, so. Well, let me say, I don't know about the term American Liberian. I do know that the people who are African American and set in Liberia were always suspicious of the United States. That's the truth. They never trusted the United States, you know, never. That's why basically when you look at it, the countries that really Liberia had real relationship with was Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, and places like that, you know. So it doesn't matter. My wife is Liberian, you know. I never said my place. My place is here in the United States, you know. You should be going to your country, Elvis. There's no talk about, as long as you got useless people like Elvis around, whatnot, that should be in their country building, but he can't stay out of America because he has no background in civilization. That's why he has to come to another country and live, you know. I can't leave America because I want to make money. Dude, you can make money in your own country. You got land, you got everything, resources and everything like that. You can't do it. You got this dude Cuddi, you know, a dusty Negro from the United States. He's in Burkina Faso right now. Man, he said, I'm doing good. Why can't Elvis go back to his own country where he got connections and do that, you know? Isn't that sad? Isn't that sad? This guy Cuddi is in Burkina Faso, you know? Dusty as all hell, man, but he's fucking making it happen, you know? But you got Elvis in here, always sit here and antagonize me, you know? So it's what it is. Yeah, and also the America Tower was friggin' controversial, you know? Liberians never liked that. Tubman did that during the Cold War because he really had no choice, you know? So the whole thing is this: when they took down the Mega Tower back in 2010, whatever like that, it was like a big celebration. Liberians never liked it. They never liked that thing at all. They didn't like the U.S. presence there, but they really had no choice. Liberia had to make a choice: either you join the Soviets, or you join America. And they had to take America, and that was one of the things they had to do, and a whole time. Matter of fact, if Elvis would be honest, he'll tell you, I know I'm here because I was born here, moron. I was born here. I got many generations. My ancestors been here for 400 years. That's why I'm here, I didn't choose to come to America. America brought me here. Look, the bottom line is this: Cecil Dennis basically went to the U.S. Secretary of State and the United States and talked about the Omega Tower coming down. And he talked about the United States not illegally flying planes into Liberia to fund the war in the Congo and Angola or whatnot. And Cecil Dennis got into a fist fight in the White House with the Undersecretary of State for the United States. He said something slick to Cecil Dennis. He's going to cop them, pop, bip, and blah, blah, So basically, there was always tensions between that, and between the United States and Liberia. Liberia under Talbot, basically there was a hostile relationship. That's why the United States started recruiting all these native people, Kiapa, Doe, and all these people to go against Bulkin, whatever the fuck his name is, go against the the American Liberian. They created this American Liberian myth. The American Liberian myth didn't come out to the 70s, For Liberia, just a little small republic and whatnot, made up of all kinds of black people. Then they created this mythical American Liberian people, out of nowhere. And native Liberians bought it, Now it's funny as the native Liberians are sitting there talking about their long relationship with the United States. Are they fucking kidding me? You want money that bad? You want your little 12 pieces of silver that bad? You're talking about some fucking long relationship. And I like I said on Dynasty Show today, he asked the question: should Africans get citizenship? Right. Now, the one sister named Reparations, I'm going to address this, right? I didn't get a chance to get back on, right? In a way, I agree with her, right? She said slavery impacted all of Africa. So all Africans really suffered because of the transatlantic slave trade. And she's right about that. It wasn't just African Americans, But the thing is, though, Africans come here to the West and they distance themselves from the struggle of the slave trade and everything. And I saw this one girl on TikTok the other day is, we Africans are so different. We believe in family and we're not sitting around worrying about victimhood. That's just smack in the face of Black America, right? But at the same time, they'll sit there and say, we deserve to come to America because we're victims. So on one hand, when it's to your benefit, you'll say, we deserve to come to America because of slavery. Black America owes us reparations too. Then on the other hand, you'll say that only Black people in America complain about racism and want handouts and stuff like that. But the biggest handout is you think you're entitled to American citizenship, And it's just a sad situation. I don't like dwelling on these fucking stupid things because I realize most Africans are stupid, so there's no logic with them, But that one sister did make a point. Yes. If Africans were smart, if they knew it, if they were educated, they understand. Like Mike Olawale, he really doesn't think slavery had anything to do with him. Really stupid. That's stupid. Look, and this is why I don't like Dr. Arikana, because she always talks about colonialism. The problem in Africa is not colonialism, as we see in Liberia right now. Liberia was never colonized, right? But it's still suffering like the rest of Africa. Why? Because what really damaged Africa was a horrible 300-year transatlantic slave trade. It wasn't colonialism. It was a horrible transatlantic slave trade that altered the whole African continent and the universe forever. The horrible uprooting of millions of people to build wealth for other nations. These countries literally on the blood of Africans that was stolen and made to steal and everything like that, to pack slave ships to build their world up on that. Europe was nothing to the transatlantic slave trade. So yes, Europe and America does all of Africa. That I do agree with that, But the bottom is most Africans aren't educated. They it's like I said, the monkey kingdom, right? They rather ape the white man. You look at the way Africans design their cities and whatnot, not vertically. Look how they do their courts and whatnot, their courts. They're wearing fucking wigs left them by the colonizers, That's called aping. Aping is when you're imitating somebody, whether good, bad, mockingly, or admirably. That's called aping. When you're trying to be something you're not. You're trying to be ape somebody, you're trying to imitate somebody else. It's called aping. Comes from Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book and The Monkey Kingdom, aping. The apes wanted to be like humans, Remember King Louis? I want to be like you, walk like you, talk like you. I want to be like you, So all the stuff like that, we have to know what we're going to say. Yeah. Cuddi's a strong, dusty brother who's making his way in Africa, man. Something Elvis should be doing, I don't care if you're dusty. I mean, for a brother like him, man, Africa is a good place, man. He gets him off the streets of America, right? He's over there doing his thing and whatnot, But like I said, Africa is not ready for somebody like me yet. There's nothing for me in Africa right now because it's not developed, But for a dusty brother like that, man, who just basically all they know is poverty and drugs and the streets and everything, yeah, man, go to the continent, start all over, man. If Africans don't want citizenship for slavery, it should be Brazil because they took the most slaves. America didn't take many slaves, but we bred America's slavery. Well, most of the African Americans you see here were bred. That's why we got the largest black population because we were bred here. We were bred here like cattle. They found that in the 1700s that it was more cost effective to breed slaves and slave breeding farms than it was to import them. That's why you will see African American culture is so mixed with European culture and stuff like that. Africa, because we were not really brought here in large numbers after like the 1700s. Most of us after the 1700s were bred here. They used to breed us. It was more. You could do way more black people if you bred them than you could if you brought them over on a slave ship because the mortality rate was so high on slave ships. Travel, yeah. So it is what it is. So, but that's what we're talking about tonight. The last free black land may fall, right? If the United States basically have their way in AFRICOM, sets up a base in Africa, Liberia, the only free, the status of Liberia being the only free soil in Africa, really, never occupied, never had U.S. really military occupation or never, no country ever waged war on African soil from Liberia, there was no troops running through there, If that happens, man, then everything J.J. Roberts and all these other people believed in goes down the tubes. Thank you, Native Africans. Thank you, Native Liberians, for screwing the one thing we had going right, one republic that we managed to do right. Everything we gave it, Liberia was in their hands, and look what it is right now. And then, what gets me is these are the same Liberians years ago under Sirleaf. They had a Nigerian guy who was part of the Liberian Joint Chiefs. He was organizing the military, real top military guy. But every time Liberians would not let it go. He had to step down because people are like, why you got a Nigerian in there? The guy had this qualification. He was trained in the army when I was restructuring the military, and post conflict and civil war. And Liberians just wanted a Liberian in there, I should be a Liberian in there. But yet, when a white man comes here from AFRICOM, you open the door for him. Oh, yeah, you're ready to give this man a fucking base and all stuff like this. I really don't understand the African mind. I just really don't. We're different. We're just different. We're different. We're two different races. I'm sorry. So let me get the link in the chat room. Anybody want to call in? This is unprecedented, The Liberia welcomes the US AFRICOM for Logistics Center, I wonder how much people are getting paid, and to sell out. And you understand this is all about Ibram Chory. Why the timing of this? It's so obvious. Ibram Chory is on their radar, for some reason is on their radar. And now basically there's going to be conflict between not Liberians. People see the thing is they're making a mistake. The Burkina Faso and people like that, though they're not the brilliant black nationalists are not mad at Ghanaians. They're not mad at Nigerians or Ivorians. It's these fucking puppet governments that we have over there. These ECOWAS puppet governments and everything like that. Like now you got fucking Liberia joining the because they think the white man, they always think the white man is going to end up winning. So they're basically trying to get money out of it, Baruri says, on the whole, I guess most African descent people perceive the United States or what country despite the top share of racism found. Look, most Africans basically, I really think most Africans don't know history. That's what it is. There's no real Africans that sit back and be like, let's examine what happened in slavery and give references and stuff like that. They don't simply know. All they know is recent events and stuff like that. They have no idea how the world got the way it is. They just think white people are just superior and blah, blah, blah. They got to go to the white man's country to make money and live and everything, because if they stay in Africa, they'll starve. That's a sad reality of these people, So of course they're gonna think the white man's country is better, because they don't have any confidence that they can build themselves up. It's a sad situation, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But it is what it is, folks. But yeah, let me get this news today about this. I was just really, really depressed. I was like, damn, why does fucking fool Jamal send me this shit, No, he posted and tagged me to it. He knows I'm pissed off right about now. And Jamal, you're out there listening, call in, man, so I can beat you up, man, So I can give you a verbal smackdown, I didn't need to see that shit, but at least I better know. But that complicates everything, because I had it all planned out, we're going to build this community, we're going to build an African. Look, black people, what I'm trying to do and whatnot, I can never be safe if I know there's a United States presence someplace in Africa. I could never feel safe, And so I think, there's a lot of people that I think rooting for the white man to rule Liberia. I really think there's like that, because they think the white man comes in, that means us so-called African Americans and American Liberians can never come back. That's how sick these people are, like Elvis. Elvis is probably sitting there cheering, yes, Mr. White Man. I didn't like Donald Trump, but yes, I like him now, man. He's going to come back and take over a country and develop my country, because only a white man can develop my country. We're too stupid, Well, that's what you have right now. That's what we're dealing right now, folks. Is the Pan-African movement? I said months ago that Pan-Africanism was dead, And I'll listen to the Dynasty Show, right? This guy Maximilian. You guys sound like a big brother. I heard he's a real brother, got money and stuff like that. He said, every black man's my brother. I don't look at that. I just see my brother. Look, that's when you tell you people who aren't really, really, really smart, Look, just because somebody looks like you, right, don't mean he's your brother, We know that in the streets. When you can walking down the street, that person looks like you will blow your brains out, You got to have some street smarts, You cannot have no fucking that thing, Also, he goes, the onus is always on Black America. He was like, yeah, all this division. African Americans didn't start this division. And also these same people like him. I'm looking at these comments in the chat room, right? And he don't respond to none of these people talking smack about black. This is why Black America does not like Pan-Africanism. They do not like Africans, and when it's getting ugly and getting bad and everything, because we got people out there. When you got somebody like an elder like Maximilian, basically telling you to sit back and get beat up and abused and stuff like that, you know. That's what angers a lot of people, you know, and rightfully so. I'm looking at some of these things people are saying, you know, about us and whatnot. I'm saying to myself, man, what the hell do you get off talking about people like that? There's one girl on TikTok, which I can play a video. Now I don't want to play because I get angry. She goes, "We Africans are different. We don't sit there and dwell in victimhood. Do you understand Africa is a fucking basket case? The poorest region in the world. You are fucking victims, whether you claim the victimhood or not. We just basically build families. Okay, if you guys saw a family, why is Africa the orphan capital of the world? Africa is the highest single mother capital in the world. More single mothers in Africa than any other part of the world. The most displaced people, the most refugees and whatnot. But yet they tell us how great they are than us. Oh, Black Americans, this one, you know, and it gets annoying, you know. And so people say, when people fight back and they say, "Oh, look, you can't talk about us like that." You always got some Black American telling me, "Oh, you're being divisive, unity and whatnot." You know, he's your African brother. But yo, my brother, if somebody's my brother, you would first show brotherhood, you know? If someone's not my brother and you talk like you're my enemy, you know? Yeah, but he's a smart guy, but he's somebody that don't have any common sense. You know? He goes, my point out, he was just annoying me. I wish he can call in tonight and I have a discussion with him. You know, I have respect for him. He got his business and whatnot. I get it. He's in trucking business and whatnot. But when you start this nonsense about we're all bro, I don't see all this division. Look, Black people, like somebody said to him, yeah, Yorubas and Igbos don't like each other. They don't do business. They don't see each other. Why is the onus on Black America to say we got to accept people that don't accept us or whatnot? You know, it's got to be a mutual thing. We have to find Black America you have to convince Black people in America that there's something to gain by being united with Africans. And I found that out the hard way, you know? You know, so yeah, that's what I said. Africa has the highest number of orphans, you know, in the world. Yeah, I think what you call countries like Malawi and even Liberia years ago, they had people come, Westerners coming there, and then Liberia had kids in cages, right? And they were basically selling them, you know, people picking them out, you know, well, not necessarily selling, but just saying, okay, if you want a kid, when I you just pick them out, and the kids, these little kids were in cages. They're literally selling them like monkeys in Liberia. This was back in 2000, 2005. They shut it down though, you know, because they were saying even though they legal in Rwanda, basically during the war, so many kids were taken, right? And in places like Italy and France and everything, and the Rwandan government said we want those kids back. What it symbolizes that Africa can't take care of its children. There's so many Africans that live all over the world as orphans, you know, it's unreal, you know. So it's just, you know, it is what it is. That's the African continent, you know, but yet they're so virtuous and they're so great and whatnot. And I hate saying stuff like this, but sometimes you gotta correct people, you know, and their nonsense and everything. I don't know. I don't see Black people in America getting online talking about Africans. We talk about everything else. We talk about this movie Sinners. We talk about things in our culture, but only thing Africans talk about online is us, you know? And it gets to the point where people are like, is it even worth it? You know? And so therefore, when somebody tells you, let me tell you, this is how I feel about it. You have no obligation to Africa if you don't want to, and you have no obligation to love. I would say love Africa, but you have no obligation to love all Africans or just basically like you don't have to. You know, I'll never tell you that because the bottom line is you love who loves you. If an African comes to you and he sticks his hands out in brotherhood and friendship, I'll be the first to stick my hand out even further to welcome in brotherhood. But I'm not gonna stick my hand out to people I know fucking hate me and hate my people. You know, that's why I tell people that. This is why I'm stealing so many of these FBA ADOS people from that movement. You know, because I'm letting people know. Yes, I'm somebody that's a Black nationalist, Pan Africanist, but I also believe in my people. I'm not gonna let you be abused by anybody. I'm looking out for you first. That's why I defend Black America is where I come from. You know, that it comes first with me, you know. If people can't realize that, then I'm not the person for you, you know. So but that's what someone has to be the first to end this disunity between Blacks and white. Always find a way to buy it. Look, the bottom line, Dusty Brothers, someone has to do it, but it's not gonna be me. You know, I'm sorry, it's not going to be me. The bottom line, I've stated what I wanted, right? And the bottom line, until that happens, there's no freaking unity. You know, I could care less. You know, unless we have what we need and whatnot, unless we're part of the African future, we got something, we got land, we have a government and stuff like that that everybody else has and everything like that. Then it is what it is. Don't expect us. Right now, they're freaking instigating and trying to draw us into this conflict with Burkina Faso. And I'm saying, how do you cannot sit there and talk shit about Black America every day? Now, basically, you hear from Africans talk about, we got to resist the West. Black Americans, we're united on this. Well, a couple of months ago, y'all were just saying we're the worst things on earth. Now we're all united. What it is, let me tell you something. They know the Pan-African movement, the Black nationalist movement, requires the Black America, but they want Black people in America to be like zombies. You just go along with the flow, let them rule over you, let them lead you around, you know. And so they hate people like me because I'm saying, if there's going to be Pan-Africanism, we as Black America, we got to be organized and come to the table as a unit, right? We can't sit down with them. That's why I say I don't believe in organizations where you got Africans and Caribbeans and all these other people at the same table as us. We have to have our own table first, and then we come in these other people that basically that want to get with us and whatnot, you know. Because what happens is their agenda ends up being dominant. Look at the Congressional Black Caucus. Because you got so many Caribbeans in the Congressional Black Caucus, the agenda for Black America is non-existent. It's all about the main agenda right now is illegal immigration from the thing, helping immigrants rights, LGBTQ, and also like that. So what do we have a Congressional Black Caucus for? Like Principal keeps talking about, the Congressional Black Caucus. That don't do shit for us as Black men. Our agendas are not fucking talked about. We don't even have an agenda, you know? Because the agenda right now is freaking, Haitians are being deported, and rightfully so. What the fuck does that got to do with me? People always take advantage when they can use us for unity, you know? It's only when they can get something out of us, right? Then when we come to say, look, we need this one. Oh, y'all ain't Africans. Oh, fuck Black America. Y'all always complaining. Y'all always talk about victimhoods. Y'all always complain about racism, whatnot. They completely throw us under the bus when they don't need us. When they need us, suddenly we're all brothers and sisters, and we gotta come to unity. Fuck that. We're not obligated to be unified with anybody. I'll say that right now. Look. Bottom line is this, and they say College Song FBA. No, I'm not an FBA, but I do say one thing about them, right? We're not obligated to fucking unify with people who don't want to unify with us or don't want to freaking come with us and everything, you know? Well, the United States is there, but the whole thing is, I don't know what's going to go on with Burkina Faso and whatnot, but you got a lot of Black people in America headed there, and they want to be part of that and whatnot, I don't know. Like I said, hey, look, it is what it is. So you think, they're going to use Liberia as a training ground for special forces and stuff like that, it's just a sad situation, man. The fact that we're in the situation right now where basically that means everything that our ancestors believed in means absolutely nothing. We failed to build anything. We're in the same situation. We're even worse now than we were in post-World War II. 70, 80 years has gone by, and we have fucking never, matter of fact, 100 years has gone by. Since 1925, Marcus Garvey was here. We have not made any fucking geopolitical progress. We're still in the same fucking thing. And what I'm calling for, as far as like the African, is a real revolution. That's a real revolution. Black people in America, millions of us, swearing allegiance to our own state on the African continent. That is a revolution. Nothing else is a revolution. Because the United States got firmly control over all these other countries, Ghana, Nigeria, and all these other people. That you're not being a revolutionary when you go to these colonialized countries. Now Liberia is not even one, because it's going to fall into the grip of the United States. So, but go listen to the people like you want to, like you think you're doing something, right? Oh, I'm with Dr. Aricana or not. Some Negro European lady when I lives in Tennessee, living off your money you're donating for her. So it is what it is. You keep doing what you're doing. I know what I have to do. If I can't do it, then hey, then I just fail. I walk away from the movement, and then our race is just doomed. Because I know if I fail, we're finished. I really know that with all my heart. Yeah, Bruce says, Kala, you say you don't like blacks who have title. Dr. Arcana's name came up. She's a family medical physician, graduate from my God. Yeah, okay. Well, how come she's not practicing medicine? Why is she running around talking Pan-Africanism? Okay. And if you're gonna practice medicine, right? Practice fucking medicine. If I want to know about medicine, then I'll look you up. Dr. Arcana, what do you think about this? What do you think of heart disease? Don't come in my backyard talking about black naturals and Pan-Africanism. You're stepping out of your league. That's what I'm talking about. You got too many people that wear too many hats. I'm a Dr. Arcana, so I could talk about Pan-Africanism and black nationalism and stuff like that. Stuff I don't know a goddamn thing. I know when somebody knows what they're talking about. I know when somebody just running their damn mouth saying what people want to hear. You know? So, Dr. Arcana, why did she just practice medicine? Just practice medicine. Be a doctor. Open up a damn practice, Leave this stupid stuff alone. So that's what I'm saying. When people call themselves a doctor, you know, everybody all they hear is a doctor such and such, doctor such and such, doctor fucking what? If he is a doctor, that let him doctor on that, what they claim to be. Does that make right? I'm not fucking jealous of anybody, Elvis. I am not. I'm just stating the fucking case. I am not fucking jealous. I just don't like charlatans. I am not charlatans, and I hate foolishness. I hate foolishness. I hate charlatans. That's not jealousy. It angers me that basically people are wasting time and being distracted by people who just living for a grift. That's what angers me. People say I was angry at jealous of Tariq. I'm not jealous of fucking Tariq. When I see bullshit, I call out bullshit. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong about Dr. Arcana, but that's what I see. It ain't jealousy. I remember a couple of years ago, she was on there defending the white people's right to farming. Let me find a video. This is a good doctor before she became a Pan-African crusader. Let's see what the good doctor had to say. See, on this show, we bring in facts. And I hate these commercials. Doctor R. White farmers. Now, here's the thing where she's talking about the Lancaster Agreement, you know, the Lancaster Agreement. She's going by now. She's saying that the Lancaster Agreement is the reason for white. Well, just listen to her what she says. You know, she's blaming the Lancaster Agreement, and she's saying, yeah, white people are owed billions of dollars. You know, because but the thing is, the reason why she said the Lancaster Agreement wasn't agreed to. You know, even though the whites basically didn't sell their farms, you know, so black people are on the hook for that $3 billion. You know, she supported
Under no
that.
circumstances was Zimbabwe going to compensate the white farmers for the land. That was made very clear, and it remains the case today. The Lancaster Agreement, when it came to the issue of the land, it clearly stated that from 1980 to 1990, the government of Zimbabwe would not discuss land redistribution. But beginning in 1990, the government will implement the land redistribution program. And when implemented, the compensation to the white farmers for the land was going to be made by Britain. Under no circumstances was Zimbabwe going to compensate the white farmers for the land. That was made very clear, and it remains the case today. Now, I may have a personal problem with that, because when they took the land 2-3 generations back, they did not compensate us. For some of us, for example, my own parents, my own grandparents, they had their land taken away and they were never compensated. However, we can say we did get the land back and we have accepted that, we moved on. I may disagree with that aspect of the Constitution, but let's be fair. It's in the Constitution. It has been in the Constitution since 1990 that the farmers would be compensated for the improvements on the land.
So, in other words, she supports the white people's farms. This is an interview I was talking about. She proves white people's getting compensated for their land, you know, because they put infrastructure on the land. That's controversial, you know. I still say that they stole the land initially, so they didn't really deserve anything. They should have took it all back. But she's saying the white people should be compensated for the investments that they put on there. So this is your Pan-African leader, folks. If they got to go like this, we're in serious trouble, you know? Bruce says, Colin, there are many people who translate with an academic background or a profession. Mae Jameson. No, I don't think so, bro. You know, I'm sorry. I don't buy that crap, you know? But only in the black race do we have that, you know? Somebody could be a friggin' like this doctor, what's his name? David Imhotep, whatever like that, whatever the fuck his name is, right? This guy goes and he started this nonsense about black people. No, bro, that's not what she said, bro. Listen to it carefully. She said, yes, they should be paid for the improvements on the land, you know, compensated for the improvements on the land. But the bottom line is, she said the British should do it. But the thing is now, but she said she legitimized that because people at the time, the rebels who took the land said, we're going to take the land without compensation. That's the issue. She's saying, yeah, it's that $3 billion that they're going to give to them. She said it's Britain's fault that they have to pay that, you know. She never said that we should pay it. She said, yeah, they are owed that. She said they owed that because of the improvements on land, Mufasa. But she said she don't agree with the Zimbabwe have to pay it. She said they owed it, but it should be the Lancaster Agreement. The British should be doing it. You know, so she talks out of two sides of her mouth. So go ahead, Ola. Kidola, are you on or what, bro?
Kala, I want to ask you something. Is it true that the American government really came to Liberia? Is it really true? I don't know.
Well, according to the thing, yeah, basically, of course, in the United States, and you know, Liberians are weak. You know, fucking these people are weak. You know, of course, and they dangle a few crumbs to them. Why not? They're gonna take it, man. You know, that's what you're dealing with. Dealing weak people. You see Elvis dealing with fucking weak, historically weak people. You know, So, but let's not talk about Liberia. You got Nigeria too, man. Nigeria's in a puppet. Dude, Nigeria shouldn't even be going like Nigeria got oil, you know. It has oil. You know, Liberia's a poor country. You got no excuse in Nigeria, bro. Why you letting the United States use you for against Burkina Faso? You know.
Man, Kyla.
What's going on, Marcus? What's on your mind?
Everything she telling me, Liberia is part of AFRICOM, whatever the hell that shit is.
Well, the whole thing is what it is Liberia said years ago it did not want to host that when Ellen Sirleaf was president. She said no under no circle because she was listening to black people from the diaspora in Liberia and said no, hell no, AFRICOM cannot be part of Liberia or whatever like that because it goes against our history of being the only free and black. But these Liberians have forgotten about that. They really are trying to be now. They're trying to rewrite history. Like J.J. Roberts and all the people who were
forget about that
with America.
Let Kyla talk.
Hold on, you just cut in. Don't jump in. I was talking before you just jump in.
All right, let's finish here what Ola has to say.
Who is this? This the Nigerian dude?
It's Ola, yeah.
Man, shut up your mouth.
It's a shithole. That's all I gotta say.
Come on, man. Come on. Let's not do it tonight, man. Please.
I don't like
Please, man. Let's basically have a good decorum tonight.
Okay.
All right, Ola, what do you got to say?
Kara, let me just tell you the truth. Nigeria, look, Tinubu might be a puppet, but we do have American military base in Nigeria. Because the Northerners will never allow that. I told you a long time, you black Americans are like puppet you are more free to the Americans. All this talk about, we want to be free, forget it. If Africa came to Liberia,
what?
They came there because they were already there before during the Cold War. Their big ship already in that port.
Kill all the way.
What
are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, and Prince, be quiet. Hey,
man, I don't want to talk to this fool. I don't want to talk to this fool, man.
I spoke to you before.
Kala,
you give out the wrong information.
Kala, hand this idiot, man. You know,
let me tell you this. No. Let me tell you this, Ola. Let me tell you this. How the hell we puppets to America?
No, so what you see now, Kala, is not that even the Liberia Civil War, there was already fifth hand in that Civil War. It was not just, they just start fighting each other. Behind the scene, they were already fifth hand. So America was already in Liberia for a very long time. During the Cold War, they were there.
Actually, that's not true, man. You know,
America
basically didn't start infiltrating Liberia till like the 70s, you know, in the height of the Cold War. That's when America came to Liberia because they Liberia let their guard down, you know, and let the United States in.
They were already there during the Cold War. Look, United States formed Liberia.
The United States did not form Liberia, bro.
It was free slaves that formed there.
It was black Americans who settled there that formed Liberia. Everything, the Constitution, everything.
That's black Americans.
The land, where the land was, they defined the land, the territory, all that stuff like that was defined by black settlers.
But let me play my piece. White America was not in Liberia. They couldn't really survive in Liberia.
They would die in Liberia. It's called a white man's grave.
Thank you. It was wilderness. It was jungle. It was black people from the South. You understand that? And the East Coast that founded Liberia. You understand? Now what they trying to do with Liberia? They trying to rewrite history. Hold on. And they trying to set that up as a landing stage for the Sahel.
Exactly.
These motherfuckers they want Africa. They want the resources in Africa. And they said that you said earlier, a couple weeks ago, World War III might be like
I say Armageddon. You know, this is gonna end up in Armageddon.
Yeah,
that's why I said we got to talk about an Afghanistan. This is time for talk about an Afghanistan because this is going to be a World War III. You know, this is going to spiral out of control. You think that Ibram Chory, they're gonna let that slide like that?
No.
You know,
because he's trying to unite the whole Sahel, bro. They got gold. They doing
like this. They basically are not gonna let that happen because, like I told you, showed you that map, right? I said that region right there, everything that goes on that region right there, French Africa, everybody from Quebec to Vietnam and everything got interest in those areas, right? Markets, everything like that. You think they're gonna think about losing all that just because Africans want something called freedom? Are you kidding me?
You better fight for that shit. Is it?
No, Africans don't know how to fight, man. You know, like I said, they'd rather fight us. You know. Speaking
I
of which,
don't know, the ones in the Sahel, they a little bit different though. They live
hope
different.
so. I sort of hope so. All I see from Africans is the ability to fight us. That's all they fucking do. You know, we're their number one enemies. We're the number one problem they have. When you look on TikTok, they never say a fucking thing about white people and everybody else. They always talking about us.
I try to ignore that shit because I look at them.
I only pay as a mind. It goes in one ear and out the other. Whatever they got to say.
Kala, forget about it. Your general was the Black Americans is the one threatening Liberia.
You said what?
So-called, forget about all this general language is one threatening Burkina Faso. Let's just be honest.
Oh, hold on. All right, Kidola. My good friend Bomani would, because me and him had an argument last night, right? He said, Kala, Dr. Arikana is overtaking you. She got a whole group of what you see in Burkina Faso is nothing but Black Americans in there. When he didn't do all that, it's Black Americans.
Black Americans in Burkina.
What?
He said Black Americans are in Burkina Faso.
Yeah, Burkina Faso. They were not Nigerians. If she had, they're helping. You know, they're helping her. Everybody from Andrew Young and all these other people. She got top Black Americans to come to Burkina Faso. I have a couple of BAO members there too. And so the bottom line is, I have to give her credit. She pulled that off. What comes out of it, I don't know. You know, but the thing is, though, the stuff you see right now going on Burkina Faso, that's because they got experts from the United States going there and stuff like that. You know, that's what's going on.
Giving them intel.
They ain't from Nigeria. They're not from Ghana. They're not from that. They're from the United States. You know, and so that's what's going on right now. That's why they want to stop this right now.
But Kyle, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Kyle. If Burkina Faso win, how would this benefit Black America? That's what I want.
I have no idea. I have no idea. The thing is, you know, if anything, a track record of Africa exists, once they don't need us anymore, they
throw us away.
They just move us on. That's the track record. I've been studying Africa for 35 years. That's the track record.
The American Liberia, in Liberia, we already call it United States their fatherland. That's why you see they
hold on. How can America be their fatherland when most of them didn't come from America?
It's Russia.
You know?
It's Russia that is holding Burkina Faso down together there. That's just the truth.
Russia's holding militarily.
Hold on.
The whole thing is this: as far as like the business end of it and whatnot, and the stuff like that you see in like
Russia will take over the Sahel.
Like people like
Russia can't survive in no damn. They can't stop.
I'll tell you that. Russia will take over
there, bro.
Russia will take over the Sahel.
Russia's not trying to be in the Sahel, bro.
Yeah, Russia will take over the Sahel. America is looking for the coastal area. And
no. Those governments over there, not like Nigeria. Those governments there are tough. Those militaries over there in the Sahel are tough. That's some of the toughest regions in the world. The Sahel, them dudes from the Sahel, are some of the toughest dudes in the fucking world, man. You know? I studied the history of them with the French and whatnot. That was a real brutal history, man. These guys are beasts. Those guys from the Sahara, the region right there, Mali,
they
like that, you know.
Forget it.
So big, yo, if Nigeria thinks it's going to invade Niger, remember a few months ago they said Nigeria was going to invade Niger. Man, Niger will march all the way down to Lagos and take that shit over, man. You know,
he did. They're going, he ain't lying.
Kala, Nigeria can never invade.
Oh, you would have to find another place to live.
Hold on, Kala, you don't know nothing.
Take you out of your house, bro.
Nigeria can never
move to America.
Oh no, Kala. Nigeria can never invade Nigeria because most Nigerians are Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria.
Yeah, and the bottom of the ones that in northern Nigeria will side with the Niger.
The Niger, so they call you the same.
So we cannot invade a brotherly country.
That border means nothing to those people.
They're gonna invade southern Nigeria. Those are different people.
Forget about that. They cannot invade southern Nigeria. We don't want to invade people who have a link with us. You understand me?
Oh, what link, man? Come on, Yola.
We're not going to invade people that are linked with us. That's what the
What's the link?
Tinubu, you poor United States, all the Black Americans are corrupt also.
What?
When Nigeria asked the professors in that fucking Chicago University, we want to know more about Tinubu.
So it's us that.
What did it happen? What did it happen? Are they not the professors? Are they not Black Americans, the professors at that fake university in Chicago? Did they
What are you
bring
talking about?
anything but Tinubu out?
Wait,
They
Hey,
had all
man,
the
we know
documents.
Tinubu was a crook. He went to the university, but what's that got to do with us?
No, because you put the professors there. We said, give us the real fact about this dude. All the black Americans who are the leader of those universities, they chucking in. Say, oh no, we don't know. Forget about you, Paul, man. You also have big traitors like most of these African countries also.
let me tell you this,
That's the
Ola.
truth.
Let me tell you this. What is the benefit of us supporting Nigeria or Africa right now? What is the benefit?
You people cannot support this country. You people are too tiny to support anything there. That's just the truth.
But we have money. What is the
Forget
benefit?
about your money. Your money cannot go to your
What?
masters will not allow you
So,
to, your
let me-
masters will not allow you to do that money.
You said what now?
Your masters will not allow you to
Our
pull out
master.
that money out. They will sanction you people.
Who's our master? I want to hear this.
The white people, they'll block your bank account for doing that shit.
You crazy. All
And
right.
let me tell you the truth.
You crazy.
The Africans have to do
I
that
said
job
that's why
themselves.
one day we'll have an African so we could pull our money in the continent. We have
But
a place
let me-
to put our money.
But let me ask you this, Colin. If we have Afghanistan in Africa, right?
Yeah.
What would stop other African countries from invading us and
We'll
taking
have a
over?
military. That's why. You see my brother David Hitt, that's the guy you want as far as Captain Hitt. That's the guy you want to talk about military. Yeah, we got people that talk about military, and the thing is, we want to do military logistics in Liberia as a training, but that's going to be put on hold because of this fucking AFRICOM situation,
So Angola it is then.
You
guess
people
Angola-
already
Angola's definitely going to be the end game,
You people already in Liberia. You people brought the
That's where
United
we
States.
started. That's where we started from. We started in Angola.
Liberia was being
That
created by
northern part of
the
Angola is where the first African Americans.
Liberia was being created by the
You said
Liberia
Angola.
was
You
being
said what now?
created by the
Hold on.
Let me speak. The northern part of Angola on the Angola River, the Congo River, is where the first Africans that came in 1619 came.
Oh yeah, I got some of that in my blood. Yeah, that's our people.
First Africans in 1619 came from that northern region of Angola.
The Congo Kingdom.
Yeah, Congo Kingdom. It was a
Yes,
southern Congo
indeed.
Kingdom. It's called Benga. It was called something else. It was called Congo, but it was called another.
Yeah.
So basically that right there, people basically that whole area is freaking empty because there's so many people left.
For real?
Deplete. Yeah, that whole area, southern Congo, northern Angola, there's almost devoid of people because of millions of people that cross the Atlantic.
Damn.
That's why they
northern Angola.
gutted whole kingdoms and whatnot and sent them across the Atlantic.
What the hell?
That's where we came from, man. That's where we're from. The mouth of the Congo River is mighty.
Kala, if the United States control Liberia, Sierra Leone going to be in trouble also.
Oh, no kidding, Kidola. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to talk about it.
So it's all for now. So let me say this.
We can go to Liberia still, man. But like I said, I like to do some protests there. Next time I go there, I like to stage a sit-in or protest.
So my thing is, so the people rebel.
Your traitors.
One thing is good is check this out. One thing is good is I look at the comments on this thing. Most Liberians are like, hell, fucking no. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. They know nothing's going to go to the United States.
Liberia. All this so-called Yemi Johnson and all these dudes that came from United States, they were already secretly dealing with the Americans already.
No,
so you already call it United States a fatherland. They already call it United States a fatherland already.
Who called the United States a fatherland?
The American Liberians that came there.
No, they didn't. No, that's another lie. Check this out, Kidola. What you need to do is read Hillary. Let me find the Declaration of Independence for you.
But without the white man, you put just piece of shit also.
Hold on. Check us out. They built the republic out of their own hard work and sweat. The words of Hillary Tiggs said it best. He said, "We, the benighted, were neglected on this benighted continent. Neglected by the United States, never given citizenship and whatnot. We have to basically build a place for ourselves that we can really be free. So that's our goal is to the Constitution, to make a place where black people can come and
have people to build it.
What?
The white man, the Americans.
The white man did not build Liberia.
How can a white person build that?
They did not build Liberia, bro.
White people can't survive.
Kidola, let me tell you something. Kidola, at the time in 1800s, right? You won't believe this, right? Do you know we had black-owned cities in America? Even in Canada, We
You
had tall
crazy.
buildings, farms, everything. All we did was transplant that to Liberia. That's it.
He doesn't understand that though.
You know what I'm saying? We had churches with
He
architecture. We have stone architecture. We had everything, you know?
we made the White House.
You can go.
And Carla, what they fail to realize that the Nigerian mind only goes so far. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, it's always the low hanging fruit. Black people are the only people that even listen to Nigerians. You get what I'm saying? So that's why they come on these platforms, because no other, you don't see them on no other platform because nobody else listen to them. Black people can go on anybody platform. Black American go on anybody platform and be accepted. Nigerians are not accepted anywhere because of the country is shitty. The roads is shitty. The sewage is shitty. Out of 200 million people, they only have 6 water treatment centers.
Damn.
6 water treatment center for 200 and some million people. It's over 63.
I would die there, man. Yo, I cannot get no waterborne illnesses, man.
It's past that though. It's past that. And listen, drop Mabama comment down. Like even I let my handler listen to what he said the other day when he was talking about me and what he want to find the girl. She gave me this name, Carla. Drop the comment down, and she told me to put this name up. She told me to put this under my name so he can read it. And she said you got to drop it down. If you drop it down, she said he will understand that. I don't even know what it means, but she told me to put that up for him to read it if he was on there. So it was perfect timing. So that whatever that word is for you, Ola, that is for you. That's what she said. She said because
what word is this? What word is this?
I have no idea what it means. She said that he knows what it means though.
Where's it at? Where's the word at?
It's what my name is. What the name I put on the
your moniker.
The moniker. She said that he would know what it means.
What that mean?
Ask him. I have no idea.
What does that mean?
What does it mean, Ola?
I don't know about you fucking shit.
Oh, you don't. I know you don't know. Yeah. I'm sure you don't. She said you would know it well. She said because that's what Nigerian men do. They talk a lot of shit and don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. Don't pay. They don't pay the people in different ways. They greedy like pigs. That's what she told me about. Like, listen, this clown was sitting up there saying to find her. She said you can have her WhatsApp so you can send her money so she can make a decent living wage over there. She said she got a whole bunch of friends that's over there making $30-$40 a month, working 7 days a week, standing on their feet 8 hours. She said, so you sit up here worrying about what's on the goddamn YouTube. She said, won't y'all let me tell you what her words were. Here's her exact words. She said, why don't you quote unquote Odogus pay the people a decent living wage? That is her exact words to you.
Kala, I beg you to let me use one word. If this guy was like a noble guy, I would have quite listened to this idiot dude. This dude come here in dinosaur, he sought his own women, he sought his own womb, he sought where he's coming from. I cannot listen to a shit like you.
You heard everything I said.
You have no
dignity. What again? Why you quote unquote rich guys like you claim you are? Why you don't pay your people a different wage? Why they over there making 30, 40? Like you so rich, you got so many millions, but the people in now make the females over there making $30 a month over there getting money rituals.
We gotta get back to
hold on for a second, bro. They over there doing money rituals. That's what the Nigerian men are doing to the women over there, tying them up, cutting off their breasts to take them to the juju man so they can get 100,000 naira, which is the equivalent of $60.
Man,
the Nigerian men.
That's the video you sent me, man.
That's the video I sent you. Nigerian men are over there getting females, tricking them to think that they're gonna marry them by promising them the world, tying them up, cutting off their breasts, their lips, and their tongues, and taking them to the juju man to get 100,000 naira, which is the equivalent of $60. That's what Nigerians are doing over there.
You see,
and then run into Cameroon or run into their compound where they got walls up, where they got 10-foot walls up with razor wire over there so they can act like they don't see the people struggling in their country. That's why Nigeria's a shithole. That's why you'll catch malaria if you go over there. That's why you'll catch typhoid. That's why the market smell like shit. That's why the people shit in bags and nowhere to use the bathroom. That's why they don't have running water, no hot water, cold water. That's why the sanitation, you can walk down the street and see sewage all in the street. That's why you see open sewers. That's why you can take 20 steps and see trash just thrown out there on the road.
You're not convincing nobody.
I ain't trying to convince nobody.
I believe him, shit. I know y'all niggas operate.
I ain't trying to convince nobody. That's the truth.
Hey, hustle. Hold on. Let me get Elvis.
Go ahead, my brother.
Let me get Elvis on. I want to get his take. I know I said a lot about Liberia.
You want to talk
I'm gonna give him a chance to respond. I'm gonna give Elvis a chance to respond.
We know how you talk here. We know how you insult your mother, you insult your sisters.
Hold on, be quiet.
We know who you are.
Kidola, we'll get back to you. Kidola, we'll get back to you in a minute. Go ahead, Elvis.
Talk as you want to talk.
All right, what's up, Colin? What's up to the panel? Look, Colin, you're a smart guy, right? You know, your audience, they want to be informed. I want you to explain to them what was the mega tower, what was its usefulness,
well,
and then explain to them. One second, let me ask the question, and then I'll pass it back to you. And then explain to them what is the AFRICOM and what does it do, and then.
Let me tell you, this is what it was, right? The Omega Tower was built back in the early 60s as the United States investment was coming in, right? And it was like one of the strings attached, because if it wasn't for the Omega Tower being put there, the JFK Memorial wouldn't probably been built, you know? Improvements on the port of Monrovia, Freeport, and things like that. So the bottom line is, I understand. Let me tell you something. I understand, I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt when it's your charge, that you really, when we come down to it, you know, a developing country like Liberia, it really doesn't have a lot of leverage with the United States. So one of the things was, as Tubman said in his memoirs, he said, look, Tubman said he didn't give a flying, Tubman didn't give a shit about the United States. But he knew how to say buzzwords that would get things that they want. Because every time he came, him and Barclay came back from the United States, they came with something. Barclay got the free port built, right? I don't know what he told Roosevelt, whatever like that. He wants some Black Americans that went with him. And he was the first Black man who ever slept in the White House, you know? He came back with the Freeport and Roberts International Airport built, you know, with the Lend-Lease program, right? So Liberia has this thing where they basically will compromise for a longer. They got a lot out of it. The JFK Memorial Hospital and stuff like that, world-class hospital. They got investments like the Ducor Hotel and stuff like that. But one of the things, like you said, you always got to pay a price, right? When you're like a developing country, whatever like that. That's why if you look at the plans, Liberia said, we got to get to the point where we do not need these people. We have to become industrialized. We got to go like this. And so, therefore, in the 70s, Liberia was starting to flex a little bit. Cecil Dennis and Tolbert wanted the Mega Tower to come down. You know, it was a spy. The Mega Tower during the Cold War, used to monitor movements by the Soviet Union and all these other places around. It was a spy tower, you know, of planes and stuff like that in Liberia, right? And so, therefore, it symbolizes. It would bother a lot of Liberians because it was a symbol of the fact that Liberia always prided itself as the only not colonized country, but some people felt its presence there smacked of colonialism. So it was a conflict in Liberia, and then some people say it's necessary because we have no choice. Some people said we don't give a damn how. What we say, we don't care what kind of investment they have, whatever like that. It goes against the whole thing about Liberia being a land of liberty and freedom, having the U.S. have any sort of military presence in Liberia. That was the Omega Tower. Then the Omega Tower came down under Sirleaf because it was what it symbolized. And in the African American sorority, Omegas, one of the sororities built a female market there. You know,
for real?
Yeah, you didn't know that, Elvis?
No,
it was an African American for sorority doing $500,000, right? To Sirleaf, you know, and they built
that. I wasn't the one that said for real. I know
that was me. I said that.
Oh yeah, okay. So bottom line is, so that's what happened. So African American sorority donated $500,000 for the market women. They became a market, you know.
So let me ask you this, Elvis. I'm gonna ask Elvis this. What do you think the future of Liberia is gonna be like? I guess when they join AFRICOM or whatever the hell this shit is.
I mean, Kala he hasn't explained that part of it to us. What is the AFRICOM and what role is Liberia going to play
Well,
in
it's this like this is what I'm saying right now. I'm seeing the comments like that. I do know this, right? Liberia is cash strapped. You know that, right? So therefore, he who pays the piper calls the tune, right? The United States has this thing where I see why Liberia loves like America so much. I have no idea. Then when they come with they only come with $20 million, you know, to buy equipment, whatever like that. Liberia is so desperately rebuilding their military. United States spends billions of dollars all over the world, but they give very little to Liberia, you know, and Liberia is the most loyal country to America, you know. Now the whole thing is this: we all know why they're showing up in Liberia, right? It's all about Burkina Faso and the Sahara region. They basically try to surround the region. You know, they got Liberia, they got Ivory Coast now, they got Ghana, they got Nigeria, right?
Are you sure about that, Kala?
Yes, you know.
They got Ghana. They do have Ghana.
That's not true. You know, I don't want to, you know, because when I come in, I tell, and I talk, you get mad, you get angry. So I want you to do the talking, but let's be truthful.
With the ECOWAS is not trying to overthrow Traore.
No, you got to understand what the plan for AFRICOM was. This was like 10 years ago, even under Obama. This conversation has been happening way before Burkina Faso and Traore came into the picture. So that's what I'm saying. Don't say it because
this is what let me say this over there. I'll let you talk. This is the whole thing. They thought that since Liberia mistakenly, like I said, most people do not know Liberian history, you know. They thought that Liberia, because it was founded by African American slaves, no, it wasn't even slaves, free blacks and whatnot. People have this mistaken thing that there's some strong connection between America and Liberia. Now, there is, in a way, not the thing where they think that Liberians will let you come to their America. Like I remember when Hillary Clinton went to Sirleaf's inauguration, right? And basically, people are looking at this lady like, "Hey, my name is Bill," and people are looking at her like, "Who's this crazy white lady? Get the fuck out of here!" I know Liberians, you know, they're like, you know, who the hell cares? They don't care about white Americans, really. They don't. You know, Liberians like the only Africans that really don't give a shit about white Americans. They don't. You know, but America has this idea that Liberia is like these other countries, and they could just come there and they're just gonna fall or whatnot. Yeah, some high level people do. But the average Liberian is not feeling United States presence and whatnot, and they and Liberians are very, very pro-black. You know.
Okay, Tyler, give me 1 minute. Let me respond to you. Look, Liberians depend on the United States.
How?
Let's also listen.
They don't
for everything.
Like for what?
I mean, you gotta let me speak, Carla. The United States, with all of its treachery, has bailed out Liberians many times. And whenever there's little things like political impasses, Liberians, the first thing they do is they run to the United States Embassy for redress.
And that's the problem because, let me say this, Elvis.
So there you go. You want to give me a minute?
Hey, caller, on the real though. You don't fuck with Elvis at all. But you interrupted him and said, "Hey, after I say this, I'm gonna let you speak." And then, as soon as he got 6 words out, you interrupted him again. I got to call it fair on that one, caller. As soon as you said you was gonna let him speak, as soon as he said 6 words, you said, "Hey, let me tell you something else." So I'm just being fair on that one.
Right. So, Carla, the point is, again, it's not the right thing, but we depend on the United States a lot, especially when it comes to their opinions on certain political things in the country. We lobby, political actors from our country came to the United States to lobby the United States government to put sanctions on Liberians who were in the George Weah's government. So we do depend on the United States. We had a big situation in the country the last week where the Supreme Court ruled that the Speaker of the House is still the legitimate Speaker, even though there was a coup against him. And the president of the country rejected that ruling, and he's not going to abide by it. So the entire country right now is in uproar that the president is not upholding the Constitution where he took an oath of office to uphold. So it's a big thing that's going on. So a lot of people now are calling the United States government to try to get the president to do the right thing. So Liberians do hold the U.S. in high regard. When the war came, right, there was George W. Bush. After Liberians in the United States and in Liberia had cried to the U.S. to try to stop Charles Taylor in the war that was going on in 2003, George Bush finally mustered the courage and told Charles Taylor he had to leave. And what did he do? We've been fighting a 14-year civil war. He sent 2 U.S. gunboats on the coast of Liberia, with some U.S. Marines that landed at the U.S. Embassy, and the war ended. And they seized the shipment of guns that was coming to the country that Charles Taylor was trying to import, and that was it. And he had to leave. The U.S.
As I remember, that was 2003. As I remember, because I was very glued to the TV all the time. When the U.S. ships sailed from here, Virginia, right? They said we sailing from Virginia. They came from Virginia. I forgot what ship it was. George Washington. I can't remember what it was. The carrier. Anyway, I remember when they first showed the ship show up on Liberian shores. All those end of the war was all those rebels were like, they saw the U.S. Marines and they were like, I ain't no rebel. I know. They threw their weapons down and said, I surrendered and I'm not no rebel.
What are you getting this fantasy from? The U.S. did ships
with my own eyes.
The key thing that you're missing, Kyla, is that Charles Taylor was losing the war, and not because Kyla, you gotta listen for a second.
Already said that he was going to step down to avoid.
One second, Kyla.
What stopped it was
my gosh,
the lawlessness was the U.S. Marines showing up, and then everybody suddenly saying,
"No, let me explain this to you. I know you think you know a lot about Liberia. What you do?
I only saw what I saw.
There's a lot of nuances that you don't know. So Charles Taylor was losing. Charles Taylor was losing the war, and many people thought that he came in, before, and he took over power, and he really kind of ransacked everybody and took over power. Why? Because there was a specific power behind him that had their thumb on the scale. In this war, it was the opposite. He had this guy called Victor Bout from Ukraine, the Russian from Ukraine, who got traded for Brittany Griner when she got, arrested in Russia. He had a shipment of, weapons and reinforcement coming on the ocean. And he thought that was going to be his saving grace. Had he got those weapons, he probably would have, turned the tide of the war. The United States seized that shipment. They have the information. They have satellites. They knew exactly what he was doing, and they seized that shipment. And he realized he was doomed.
What I'm saying is this:
so he had to leave. That's what ended the war. Not because people saw the U.S. coming and surrender. His shipment got stopped, and he had to leave. No other option.
I said on Dynasty's show today, right? I said. He asked a question, should Africans get automatic citizenship in America? I said, the only people that should be getting citizenship are the American Liberians, so-called American Liberians, and people had to flee America because of slavery and stuff like that. You seem like you disagreed, The American Liberians.
We had this conversation today, right? We had a conversation.
Well, I didn't finish what I was saying. And the one lady that got there, her name was Reparations, I tend to agree with her, right? She said something I don't hear a lot of Africans say because obviously she's educated,
Because it's not true.
No, she's educated, right? Look, the bottom line, the reason why you're suffering.
Tell them what she said, and hear if the panel agrees with her.
I'll get that in a second, right? The reason why you're in America right now, Elvis, right? Ola's over there in Nigeria doing what he's doing, and Hustle Smart just said what he said when he saw in Nigeria and whatnot. Is everything is tied to this horrible thing called the transatlantic slave trade. It damaged Africa forever. Every part of Africa that's undeveloped and suffering right now is because of trade. Why you got Africans displaced around the world? It was a transatlantic slave trade, And so therefore, yes, there is some thing that reparations should extend to everybody that's black. Because everybody was basically suffering from that. That's just Black America. That's why I do agree.
So say that so everybody can hear it.
But here's the thing, though. There's one thing. Now you finish what I'm saying, right? The reason why Africans can't get this, right, reparations, whatever like that, because they went on a campaign for the last 8 years, basically denouncing Black America, denouncing reparations, denouncing they say our victimhood, and always talk about racism
Yeah,
and
they
stuff
not
like
getting
that.
reparations.
So therefore, they can't. Also, like I said, if they would have said,
So,
you know,
so
something,
Colin, let me just say this quick 10 seconds. I want to get some clarity, right? So you're saying you agree with this lady that if there's to be reparation, that African Americans and continental Africans should get reparations. African Americans for slavery and Africans for for the United States colonizing Africa
listen
and
to the
taking
whole
their
thing.
Now,
resources.
Africans don't get no
No,
reparations.
hold on. This
So they don't agree with you, Colin, and I don't agree with you on that.
Damn, them no.
Hold on.
No.
Let me say this, right? I said based on her argument, if her argument was how Africans engaged Black America for the last generation, yes. But because
So you saying if Africans would have been nicer to African Americans, then we would qualify for reparations?
They said like what you remember Adama what's his name? Amara. Remember Mari's come on my show? He used to say, me on my show, he said many times when he grew up, he did not know that slavery was even a big deal. Mike Olawale came up here and was like, so what was it? Afro dumbass, you know? When you got people like this who don't
those
have
are people who just want to be antagonistic. I'm
no,
telling you.
No, it's not antagonistic. Some of them don't know. I talked to plenty Nigerian chicks and dudes, and they do not teach that. They do not teach how to let it slave trade happen.
No,
When I
I'm saying
told them,
Mike
I
and
got you. I
Afrikaners
get what you're saying,
they grew up
Elvis.
in the United States, so they
I
know
get
about
what
it.
you're saying, but what I'm saying is that all Africans are not taught that. Like they purposely don't teach it. Like when the chick found out what tribes had something to do with it, she had no fucking clue. She was clueless because they don't teach that where they act. They act like it ain't even happened.
That's
the problem.
They don't know, since they don't know the impact of white supremacy and stuff like that, then they can't be entitled to the compensation, you know, of whatever comes.
Hey, Carla.
Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all not getting no reparations, Elvis.
Yeah, I was gonna say to respond to I'll make two quick comments.
Oh no, Ben is on. Oh Lord.
Oh man.
Where the white women at, Ben? Where the white women at?
Panel was good. Panel.
Cool in your
What's up, Dave? What's up, Dave?
Good.
Ben's in the house.
Oh
Lord.
Oh man, Ben Yosef in the house. Oh,
man, talk that shit. I don't know you, but
shit. Man, you got to give us the whole.
Tonight, man.
Remember one time you said, I said, now Ben, the reparations. I'll talk about education the kids. You like, motherfuck the kids. Give my check. Motherfuck the kids.
Where the white women at, Ben?
Don't mess with no white women, man. Where you got that from? You got me mixed up with somebody.
Hey, Filipino, Chicamino, whatever the fuck. She ain't black. I tell you that.
Yeah, ain't no Caucasian though. But I was gonna say this about
you still digging in the dirt.
Them people, as far as they not knowing about. I'm gonna make two quick comments about the they not knowing about the history. They got a statue over there in Nigeria. Is that what y'all talking about? The Africans not knowing about the slave trade? Yeah. They play dumb. It's like the Japanese play dumb with the Koreans about the women of comfort. The atrocities that they did to the Koreans. They play stupid. They know about what happened. They know the history. You know what I'm getting at? That's one thing I'll give the Germans. At least the Germans will admit the fuck shit that they did to the Jews. Now, that woman, I can't pronounce her name that y'all were talking about, the doctor. What's the name? Dr. what now?
Arcana.
Yeah, she was fired from some type of UN position that she had.
Yeah, African Union. I think it was the African Union or the World Bank, something like that.
Yeah. She was fired for fraud, man.
Yeah.
If you look her up, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, she's one of them traveling snake oil salesmen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my problem with her is this, right? Look, I told Bomani this story last night, right? Now, how I got to know her was years ago in 2017, right? Mr. Rosenthal was in Angola, and we're working on the Gold Bullion Natural Resource Bank, right? And then when Dos Santos was kicked out of office, right? The new president came in and arrested all the people that were involved in the Bullion Bank until he understood what's going on. My friend Celeste, right? I call her Queen Mother. She went to jail, right? But we were still communicating, right? And she came home on Christmas 2019. She called me on Christmas 2019. Rosenthal basically beeline to Zimbabwe. That's when he proposed the idea of an African. That's what I was working on. I say I work with this, but just tell me what they think about an idea of an African American homeland state. And he said, they go, oh, they like it. They like the idea. They want to know more about it. You know what you talk about. But he ended up going to Zimbabwe. That's why he met Dr. Arcana. He told her about it, and Robert Mugabe, and she started calling it Wakanda because that year the movie Black Panther came out, right? She kept calling it Wakanda. Oh yeah, be like Wakanda. And I told Rosa, no, it's not Wakanda. Elsa and just Africa, whatever. But that's what she then over the time, I don't know if because it didn't work out in Zimbabwe, she had some land near Lake Victoria Falls, somewhere around there for the diaspora or whatever. Then she took her program to Ghana, where there's a lot of Pan-Africanists and whatnot. And she's been growing ever since. She got all these people going there because, and then right around the same time, Akon comes out with his Akon City, So I'm saying to myself,
what a loser, man.
You got Akon, you got Dr. Arcana, and all these other people. They'll tell them Black America, we're gonna be, and they got people contributing to her. I haven't seen no land in Ghana. I have not seen no thing. It's been 4 years. Where the hell is this land? They could try to build. You're gonna build a homeland city. Now what she did was she's in Burkina Faso, and what she's trying to do is just see if she could build communities of Black Americans in Burkina Faso. That's the plan out here. So she went from
and
Zimbabwe.
She's even West African. She's from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, so the bottom line, she's going where African Americans are because, like I told Ola, right? She basically needs educated people. She got all these high level Black Americans, doctors, lawyers, and we're interested in what she's doing. Evidently, she can't get Nigerians to participate because they don't care about Nigerians only care about making money.
Boy, do they some selfish motherfuckers. That's one thing. You know what, Colin? That's one thing I give Nigerians, Senegalese, all them credit for. They ain't finna goddamn give now one of the Lassies, Naira, CDs to none of that. No, they ain't gonna contribute a dime to none of that shit. They'll come on these platforms. Hey, they'll talking to the Igusi soup come out they goddamn pores, but they ain't gonna contribute a motherfucking Koba to the situation. And that's one thing that I like about them. It's the stupid ass American that always want to throw their money.
Let me ask you a question, Hustle Smart. Would you listen to Dynasty Show tonight?
Oh yeah, I heard that bullshit.
Did you hear Maximilian?
Yeah, man. Yeah, see, Maximilian he from that Mississippi, like that.
He reminds me of my boy David. They probably relate because he sounds like Mike Akins was a truck.
Everybody hug, everybody get along. You remember?
Brother, man, nigga, get the fuck out of here.
Do you remember we was having that conversation about Congo and that one brother came on out? He was talking about, man, we got to love everybody, hug everybody.
That dude, man, that soft ass dude.
Yeah, that soft ass dude. It comes off as soft because you can't hug everybody because people are like, yeah, as soon as he hugged me, we gonna go in his pockets and stab him. You know what I'm saying?
It's like that's just human nature. That's why I said, human. Like I said, what's wrong? The people say, Colin, why you get Ubuntu? The problem with Ubuntu is human nature.
Yeah.
If let's say Hustle Smart, we all come together, we form the BAO, we have a general fund, right? Let's say, okay, it's going to be done in the spirit of Ubuntu. That means we all share, we all have access, we're equal, right? We get it. You know what's going to happen? Next thing you know, $10,000 is missing. We talked about this the other day, right? $10,000 missing. Okay, we had an event. Everybody's going to get credit for it, but only half the people showed up. Where the fuck was you at? Oh, I was at the game, That's just human nature, There's got to be structure,
Yeah.
Hierarchy and
it have to be in the old sayings of life with Eddie Murphy. It got to be consequences and repercussions. You get what I'm saying? Like
without consequences and repercussions, you cannot function.
Yeah. Human beings. And you know what? And another thing is that when he said that today, and I like Maximilian, you know what I'm saying? Because he run a business too. But when he said that, it just makes him look weak as a man. You get what I'm saying? Like
obviously He hasn't been to the continent, has he?
No, he definitely hasn't. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is, but this is the thing though. But then just a week before, he was sitting up there talking about how goddamn young black men are fucking terrorists, and that he said that just a week before. So I think he be drinking a lot. So you know what I'm saying? So you know how it causes what drink you drinking that
now,
your
let me
mind.
ask you a question. Do you see that guy in the chat room? Jamaicans about Jamaicans are 60,000. Dude, man, it's like shut up, man. Jamaicans don't earn more than black Americans. Shut up.
No.
But what gets me is why is it Nelson that one chick, Meek or whatever it is, just going off on black people in America? We're the ones she said she blamed so-called FBA for trying to take out Chahori. That's not the case, Everybody's throwing
everybody attacking us, huh?
But hold on, but why is Maximilian? Doesn't he see that shit?
He doesn't see it like that because he have this idea of that, hey man, if your skin like mine, we all the same. It's a moral thing, but it's not a realist.
So outdated, man.
It's not grounded in really. That's just like you going to the store and you be like, hey man, you my brother, why you trying to rob me? I would give it to you. And they'll be like, okay, give it to me then.
Yeah, you ever see that movie Dangerous Ground with Ice Cube?
Oh yeah.
One part he goes, okay, my brother, they robbed him, they carjacked him.
Yeah.
Okay, my brother. That's what woke me up when that movie came out. I said, yeah, the motherfucker in South Africa will kill your ass and call you brother,
Yeah.
He's making a
what on Dangerous Ground, right?
Dangerous Ground. Yeah, that was a good movie. With Ving Rhames and that was a good movie, man. That was a really good movie. That movie was ahead of its time, man, because they'll talk about going to Africa. We were talking about this shit in the 90s, man.
Yeah, and that's why when me and you had that conversation, and I had to be real with you when I told you that you can't blame the Africans because we was forcing we were forcing it on them. They just sitting there like, hey, y'all wanna act like y'all wanna save us. We gonna talk shit about you. Still come over here and save us. Still come over here and visit. Still come over here and spend your money. We ain't gonna reach out to you at all. We ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing to help you out.
Turning against the pan. Look at this Baruti. Like he goes, Kala, your idea of Africa is like Liberia 2.0 or ethno state. Dr. Your idea of Wakanda, which will never happen, Hey,
Kala, but listen, I binge watched for 2 days. I binge watched True Liberia, and I'm looking at that shit, and they still trying to just build get the roads and the sewage and the gutter cleaned out and. Like
they're trying in Liberia though.
Yeah, like I'm just trying to figure out what parts you say that look like Manhattan because I ain't see Manhattan.
You gotta go drive down Tubman Boulevard. I should have did some videos.
Yeah,
Kala, you like to exaggerate, Kala. I mean, stop it, man.
6th Street and 19th Street.
Liberia is not Manhattan. It's nothing close.
Kala, I'm telling you, I binge watch True Liberian. This one of them play. They ran by the city in the state, so. They ran by the city. So therefore, they ain't people that's just trying to bail it. Like they went all over and they were showing all the different projects.
Outside of Monrovia, you don't have any big cities,
Yeah.
But that part of Monrovia between Tubman Boulevard and going down to the Capitol Hill and down to downtown where Gabriel Tucker Bridge is and stuff like that. Yeah. You'll see. It's like you're in a big city,
Yeah.
Mamba Point, you feel like you're in a big city, It really is like you're in Manhattan.
So is it a flooding problem or is
we got good drainage because, like I said, the people who originally built Monrovia, they like back in the days, Tubman and all them, Tubman administration hired this contractor from California to build a sewer system, So they got sewer systems, things like fire hydrant and stuff like that.
All that stuff got destroyed during the war.
It got destroyed a lot, but they rehabbed it though. They rehabbed it.
So who destroyed it?
The native people.
Hotel Africa. Yo, go look up Hotel Africa and Duca. All that stuff got destroyed.
Ducor was a 5-star hotel. The only 5-star.
All that stuff got destroyed.
That place was
beautiful. So what was the point of them destroying it?
Well, I don't know. I would say like this, right? Now there was people, native people, that honestly thought that it was just their time to rule, you know. But the thing is, like I said about democracy and stuff like that, you know, it's a tough thing. This in the world is imperfect and whatnot, you know. I even say this in America, right? When if I look at places like Baltimore, I got to reassess, you know, things. Like, should we keep giving people political power when they keep electing fools and destroying the place?
Right.
Look at, if I was a white man, I'm looking at this. All these cities where the black people are the majority: Detroit, Gary, whatnot, Chicago. I mean, literally destroyed. You know why? Not because we don't have intelligent black people. We do. Right? The problem is the electoral system, right? And the bottom line is, I don't think a majority of black people in the world, right, are at the level where they can choose who governs them. I don't believe that, you know? And so therefore, there are always going to be people that's going to get in power that do absolutely nothing because they know they do is just do their tribal gibberish and whatnot. There's very intelligent Liberians, you know, on the ground. I see them all the time.
They'll never get a chance.
They will never get a chance to govern and rule, you know? I mean, people that got real skills, intellect, and technocrats, you know? Real people that got that, but they will never, ever get a chance because they're not with the right tribe, not with the right political party, they ain't got the right catchphrase, whatever like that. That's so-called democracy. That's why when you pose democracy on Africans, that's a disservice to them, you know?
And then, Colin, they was like
I wanted to say something.
Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
The whole point of government is to run efficiently and effectively. When the Congo people, when the Americoy was in power, the government was running efficiently and effectively. It hasn't been running efficiently and effectively for 45 years. We got to be honest, you know. And they missed the mark. They missed the mark. You know,
but you know, Dave, that's what I was saying about when I was watching the thing is that every time they had a meeting, it was somebody coming out was calling the leadership stupid or asinine, and they didn't know what they was talking about. They don't know how to govern.
Yeah, man, it's a mess, man. It's a mess.
Yeah, that's what I was like. So
you know, that's what I said. I said to Bomani, I said that combined with the fact that you might have U.S. military presence. It won't if they get a presence in Liberia, right? It won't be just Liberia. You know what they also do? They go in, do outreaches. They basically recruit people. How do you think they did that coup? They start recruiting people through the Peace Corps, stuff like that, putting ideas in people's heads and whatnot. You know,
but Tyler, they already recruiting from young. They got youth leaderships, youth memberships. They already recruiting right now. What are you talking
so don't they already have like the submarine base? Don't they already have the submarine base?
No, they have the only thing in Liberia right now. But Liberia, our ancestors.
No, I'm saying Americans. I see the thing where they say Americans. They got a port. Just Americans to dock they submarines over there. They use a port.
Liberia. No, I know Germany did one time, but I don't think the United States. I would know about it. You know, I would know about that. You know, and that would be real front page news.
Probably have it, Tyler. If you check it, they probably have it on some secret shit.
Well, but they probably if you have it. They make sure that nobody knows about it because if it does, man, people will be in an uproar, you know. Because Liberians like to pride themselves on their freedom. They say, "Oh yeah, colonization is something that happens." They always say colonial Africa. They also about the surrounding countries being colonial Africa. Liberia's free soil, you know. And so that idea of Liberia being free soil is under threat if the United States basically, because now that it's not just the United States military. Large numbers of white Americans will start coming there, you know. And
the first people are gonna come in are the liberals.
They'll come in. You know, the bottom line, they'll bring their LGBTQ and all stuff like this.
It's gonna be madness.
And then you'll see like white American guys with Liberian women on their arms. It's not gonna look pretty. It's not gonna be the country we think it's gonna be, you know. And so, bottom line, this is a lot of implications.
Kyla, what exactly do you think the African thing is going to be? You think it's going to be a military thing?
Look, I'm just knowing the United States, right? The United States. I look at the United States presence in the Philippines, right? That's why they had to shut down Supremacy. They're like the presence of the American, right, caused prostitution. It led to the degeneracy, the Filipinos said, of their culture. You know, just by having U.S. presence there.
Kyla, guess what's going to happen too? They're going to have a mulatto class too. Yeah,
They probably will.
You have a mixed class of motherfucker. Y'all ain't ready for that, Elvis. Y'all gonna be at the bottom.
You want to have all that stuff like
Okay,
that.
I said it wrong, Carla.
Y'all
It's
gonna be at the bottom.
that they do the joint task force, and a submarine came there in year 2021. The S Wood Woody came.
I don't think any submarines parked there. You know?
No, they came in dock. No, I just read it right now.
A lot of ships. Liberia is Freeport's one of the biggest deep water freeports in the world. So ships from all over the world. I'm sure some military ships too.
But what I'm saying is that what it is that they don't have this is the thing, because this is the same way how when Ukraine came in there and when Russia did over there, they was using these what they says that they used the joint exercising missions that they doing with Liberia, but it's no military there. But they keep doing. There's no military there, but they doing joint exercises in Liberia. Do you get what I'm saying?
So for years, they do that for years. That's nothing wrong.
Yeah, but think about it like this, Carla. If I'm practicing, if me and Dave is practicing in your backyard, you know what I'm saying, with military. If my military equipment is on your ground, you can say that it's not there, but it's there. You know what I'm saying? They're learning what you think America is doing. They're learning the terrain. They learning, why they teach in Liberia. They learning, they scoping out
everything. And also the Peace Corps too. They learn maps and logistics and coordinates and stuff like that. They're learning all that shit, you know?
Yeah.
Tyler, let's stop this, right? This idea that the United States want to come in and overthrow Liberia and take it over. All of the top brass military officials in Liberia were trained at West Point in the United States of America.
I do know this. If the United States basically would rather have, I know for a fact of the matter is there's a large number of Black Americans, and the radical elements are going to countries like West Africa, Liberia, and stuff like that, and they're linking up with people like Chory, Putin, and stuff like that. So the United States definitely wants a foothold in that region. That's obvious, right? And so they figure they have this wild idea, because Liberia has some history with America, that's the perfect place, and that's not the case, you know?
Yeah.
That's not.
I don't see like you said about Monrovia is the only major city. I don't see. If I was a military strategist, I definitely wouldn't see no benefit of Liberia.
Yeah, no. The thing is, in the hinterland right there, you're on the Liberia borders 3 countries. You know, you got the Ivory Coast there. You got Guinea right there, which connects to Burkina Faso, whatever like that. Liberia is building a rail line, right? That's going to service a sub-region. You know, they're building a rail line to the Port of Buchanan, right? That's the whole idea of that rail line, is to be service the countries in the interior, Mali, Burkina Faso, and that. So if that could happen,
no, that's not what it's for, Colin.
Yes, it is.
No, the real line.
What is for?
One second, Colin.
You don't know shit, man. You haven't been in 8 years. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, it's fine. But let me say this.
And I talked to you. That's exactly what they're doing.
The
government of Guinea.
One second, Colin. Let me speak, please. I get it. You want to make your points. Let me make my point. The rail line is for a company, a mining company.
Yeah, but they're also extending it.
Okay, now you didn't say anything about mining company. Now I said it, and you say now you know it. From Guinea, they're saying Guinea is not a coastal nation. They want to have coastal access using the port of Buchanan, and they're having a fight with ArcelorMittal, which is another big mining company. And the fight is that they want to have exclusive right to their rail from Guinea all the way to Buchanan, and ArcelorMittal wants to also use the rail. So they just actually came to an understanding that both of them are going to be able to use that rail line once it's built. So it's not between countries. It's between private companies who wants to have access to the seaport in Buchanan. That's
also Liberia is looking beyond that, because you have countries in the interior that want access to the port of Buchanan and everything. So they're going to really expand that railway. You know, it might be 4 lanes. You know, 4 tracks. You know, and so they're really going to expand that railway. You might have to see train stations and whatnot, passenger trains and everything going up to the interior. So.
But you know what? I actually think that a military base in Liberia would help.
No, I don't think so. No, why? Because the simple fact of the matter is, in spite of Liberia being as problems it has, let me tell you something about how smart. I see when I study the African mind, the Liberian mind in particular, right? Liberians and Africans look for any excuse to friggin' usurp and disobey their government. What will happen is if you have American military presence there, right? The people, Liberia has a culture of rebel rousers, you know?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Dave will tell Dave still on. Dave dropped off. You know, a culture of rebel rousers, right? And they do nothing but, no matter who's in power, they got a rebel rouse, whatnot. You know, and you have no idea what the type of people you're dealing with. You're dealing with people that will go if somebody they don't like, they're unforgiving. If somebody they don't like is in power or not, they'll be sending letters to different UN agencies trying to get aid cut off and whatnot. You know. So the bottom line is this: the one thing that Liberia has is the fact that the AFL and the Liberian police force have absolute physical power over everyone in the territory right there. You know, everyone in the territory, and you only have one way and way out.
That's not true.
Oh yeah, it is the truth, Elvis.
Kala, we have 3,000 enlisted men in our military.
Yeah, but the bottom line, that 3,000
of a country of almost 6 million people.
Hold on, that 3,000 is enough to keep your asses in line.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is enough to keep your asses in line. You know? Liberians know. Look,
I mean, any rational person knows 3,000 military people to control 6 million people is not
hustle. They huff and puff, they yell and that, but they know how far to go and what to do. You know. If you bring the United States military there, next thing you know, they'll be talking to America. As soon as the United States and Liberia fall out, guess what?
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying, because I get what you're saying. That you know, that's one thing I notice about a lot of Africans when I hear them talk. They're like professional contrarians. So they'll
never satisfy them.
Yeah, they'll never be satisfied.
Foot to ass policy, you know. Put your foot in the ass, and they'll do good, you know.
Because if everybody wants power, then nothing will get developed.
And,
nothing will. That's the one thing that I give you when you always talk about China. When China was like, in Russia, they was like, "Hey, fuck it. This is how we're gonna do it. We can discuss it later." You get what I'm saying? Like, you know what? I was watching this episode of Star Trek, the series, and they was like, "Well, yeah, we have rules and we have protocols." And the chancellor said, "Well, you know what? We do have protocols." She said, "So we're gonna leave you out of it since you have this moral complex. We don't want you to get your hands dirty. But in order to build a nation, this is the plan that we got to go. So yes, we're going against the Constitution. We're going against the status quo. But something has to get built." You get what I'm saying? Like, you can't keep talking about morality. You can't keep talking about morality as nothing is getting built.
Exactly.
But morality.
Reality. You know, they know how to play democracy and stuff like that in there. They know how to manipulate. The United States, all the United States presidents will do is this. Will put their finger on the scale of whichever way they want the country to go. Isn't that right, Dave?
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, they're gonna have heavy influence in the region.
I agree.
The United States will be the go-to, because as soon as they start giving them jobs and stuff like that,
their
allegiance will be to the United States.
The United States government has had continuous president in places like Japan, South Korea, Kuwait.
You gotta say Japan is a highly industrialized country.
Yeah,
you know? It's not the same thing as a third world developing country. You know.
The United States have a military base in Djibouti.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The United States have a military base in
Australia. Yeah, there's like eight people they occupied. America don't have it by itself. It's like over 12 different countries occupy that area. They work almost like the UN there in Djibouti. It's like 12 countries there in that small ass region. See, a lot of people don't say that. They always say America. You know, that's one thing I notice about when Africans say that about Djibouti. And I just sit back and watch every last one, but they never say the other countries that's there. You can look it up right now, Carla, and see how many it's not different military base, it's like a co-op. Like, you got maybe a land of, 3,000 acres. Then you got this country that got 1,000 acres. This country got another 1,000. This country, whoever benefits the most of it, contribute, will get the most land. That's how it is in Djibouti. It's not American solely. Not the one in Germany, the one in South Korea. Yeah, that's American right there. But I get what you're saying, Colin, because when America comes, when I looked at how when they came to South Korea, the first thing they did was they brought over those humanitarian packages that they be dropping. Like America dropped almost $2 billion of that and gave it away to the people before they start building to gain their favor. You know what I'm saying? They started building, like they brought the Army Corps engineers and started building like little aqueducts, building football fields and soccer, football. They started doing stuff like that with the people. They gained them favor because they're gonna look at Americans like, oh shit, they come over here building football fields, they building schools, they building their restaurants, they like
become a de facto colony.
Yeah, because when you go to when you look at the Nigerian, any of the African military, the military bases are not welcome to the outside. One thing about American military base cross seas, they have like they build like little restaurant, little bars where the people can come into.
We got that right here in Virginia Beach.
You
can go to Oceana and go to the bar, the commissary.
Yeah,
all whatnot, and rub elbows with military personnel and stuff like that open to the public,
Yeah, they play the game raw like that, and no other military base like that. You go to any other military base like that and be like, hey, I want to.
You're right, Hustle Smart. The first thing they're gonna start doing is gonna bring in the civil engineers. They're gonna start.
They're gonna bring in the
Army civil engineering.
That's the first thing I read. When I read the thing, I was shocked how they set it up.
They started setting Liberia, it's over with,
Oh yeah, we're done. They're gonna have full control. Yeah,
they're gonna have control. Liberia will be de facto American colony. You must stay in America, man. Shit. America. One thing
about it, and the thing about it, Kyla, they're gonna agree to that. The locals are gonna agree.
Yeah, eventually, yeah, because the bottom life is so tough there, man. They want something, So the bottom, like I said, when you're in Liberia, right, one thing you do get is the fact that you're completely out of this jurisdiction influence of white America. That's what you feel when you're there, man. Guys, like it's therapeutic. You're on African soil. You feel free. You don't feel like you got any colonial history. You realize, especially when you're in places like Robertsport. You ever see that one tree in Robertsport, Dave? That cotton tree. It's like a mile thick. It's like a mile.
Big as hell. It's big.
They said that's the first thing J.J. Roberts saw from the sea. That's why they named it Robertsport. That's where he first landed. And he said, that tree is fucking thick. Also, if you ever go to Liberia, you gotta see this tree at Nans Lodge. Holy jeez, this tree must be like 30 feet thick. It's huge.
You know what though? One thing being said earlier, he was saying that the Africans play dumb. No, that ain't it. You know what? One thing that I noticed from talking to a lot of Africans is that, since they're divided within countries, like they don't know anything about the other countries. Like America, like we all know about the United States. Most people in America, we can name all 50 states or 52 states by the age we're 8 or 9 years old. You get what I'm saying? Like most Africans don't even know all the countries in Africa.
Yeah.
Because they don't teach that. You know what I'm saying? Nigeria don't teach anything about Ghana. Ghana don't teach anything about South Africa. South Africa don't teach anything about Angola. You get what I'm saying? It's more like
every country is like in their own isolated.
They're only their own isolated. Every country is in their own echo chamber. So they don't teach that. Like when I was telling the girl about the Gambia, she had no idea what the Gambia is. She had no idea. Never heard of it.
That's sad.
I asked her to name. I called out. Like I could name every state and every capital of every state. You get what I'm saying? The same way I can name all 66 books of the Bible. It's just certain thing that we teach here in America that they don't teach.
Age. We learn that from like kindergarten.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't teach that over there. So when I asked her to name African country, she could only name 6. She could only name, and it just wasn't her. It was, I think I asked about 10 people, and the person that got the most was 10. 10 countries in Africa that they can name. They have no idea who the president are, no idea of anything. Like in America, even though you're not familiar with the politics, you can damn near name at least 20 governors. You get what I'm saying? Or 20 mayors of different states. Like, you know, the capitals of each state. You know, like you might not never think about it, but if you really thought about it, you can name the capital of at least 20 states off the bat. They can't do that over there.
I knew all the capital of the states and capitals when I was in 5th grade.
Yeah.
But they don't have that.
Yeah, because Africa is a continent, not a country. The United States is a country, right?
But that's only because they named it that. America would be the same way. They just named it. They just named the states the same way that our state, just like Nigeria is the size of Texas. It don't have to be a country. But they just choose it to be a country.
Yeah, curriculum in the United States is relatively
what
similar.
I'm saying is that Togo is not one of the smallest states in America is South Carolina, and Togo is not even bigger than South Carolina, but it's a country.
It's probably like the size of Rhode Island or some shit.
Yeah. It's the size
United
of the
States is a massive country. It's pretty much
you talk about Africa. But what I'm saying is that that's where the separation comes from. Like what I'm saying is that it's at least how many countries in Africa is it? 54?
Yeah, 54 countries.
54 countries.
It shouldn't be no more than 40.
Actually, to tell you the truth, if you really want to do it, there should be 3 or 4 countries for the different regions. You know, there should be 4 countries: West African Federation, Central Saharan Federation, East Africa, and then Central South Africa Federation. Maybe 5 regions, you know, and then they have a Security Council, whatever like that. But look, this is how it works. I tell people all the time, China has more people than Africa. It's like 1 to 2 billion people, but one political party governs 1.2 billion people. That's why they got big cities like Wuhan and states like Wuhan. They get shit done. Because they don't have to sit there and agree to disagree, whatever like that. And
people deal with 30 political parties, 20
stuff like that. You got a country like Liberia, you must have 100 political parties in that little tiny country. You know, nothing gets done.
Colin, they got more political parties than tribes. You know that, Colin?
Yeah, they got everything's a political party, and if you're not part of that political party, like I said, you got a lot of Liberians that are smart, but if you ain't politically connected, you could just forget it, you know.
And that's crazy. That's crazy that you can't come up off your merit, that you have to know somebody. That is.
Let me ask you a question. You got to know somebody. You got to know somebody and not the right.
Now, hold up. The guy Cuddi that was on the other night. Did you watch the show, Dave?
Yeah, I saw that meth head.
Yeah, check us out. Now,
no, hold on, Colin, before you say that. He tried to tell you that everybody got dope fiends in their family. That had me dying.
Come on, man. No, I don't, nigga. You know, this is what I'm talking about. We're not all the same, man. You know?
No.
I ain't got no damn.
That's how you can tell that what I agree with you 100%. You can tell the area that he came up from, that whole JT. That was all that California type, that scam, slick talking. Yeah. You know, everybody on drugs and everybody bony as fuck. You know, if you look at everybody they said, they all weigh about 60 pounds and they all on drugs.
Yeah, you know, we sell drugs. No, I didn't sell drugs.
Yeah.
I had a job, always had a job, and I always had a business like that, you know.
And then you asked them, you was like, so have you ever worked a job for 10 years to get Social Security? He was like, man, you know how it is, man. I was in the street. I should have been dead, man. I should have been dead. Who the fuck are you talking about? And then you asked him, I got to say that. Colin said, well, do you got some kids? He like, yeah, man. Yeah, my kids in America, but I'm in America. I ain't going back. And then when I get this business, I'm gonna give it to my daughter. How the fuck you gonna give a business to your daughter when you ain't raising her up? You ain't with her. You ain't bringing her over there. I just thought that he was just sounding crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? Like he started exposing himself.
Like I said, I know. See, I have a PhD in Negroology. Now, I did say to this particular Negro, I like Cuddi, whatever, like that.
I like him too. I like him too.
The whole thing is with him is this. What we have to do is this, right? And I don't want to be that show with that crowd, the audience. Maybe Dynas is taking that crowd over, you know. There's brothers out there that ain't got no chance in America whatsoever.
None.
So to a brother like him, man, going to Burkina Faso, I guess he found paradise.
He out there playing with the chickens. He out there playing. He out there playing with. He killing and plucking chickens.
Chicken fish farm, right?
Boy, he said that he doing chickens, fish farms, and he got access to raw material, but he's selling jewelry. Like he like the dude that be selling the fake ass jewelry in the middle of the mall, bro. You get what I'm
saying? So basically, if he can support himself and that's what he does, the young guy, that's fine,
Yeah.
But what I was telling him is you can't come up here and tell, like he did say, y'all need to come to Burkina Faso. And I said, no, I got shit going on here. What do you got going on here? Then I asked him, okay, can you hook people up with jobs? I can't. So why you asking me to go? I ain't asking why you go. Yes, you did.
Yes, that's exactly what he did.
He did. He was saying basically, I did not tell nobody they got to come over here. Yes, you did. You came here. Burkina Faso, you said Traore is gonna make it wait for all to come in.
No, he called him eBay. He said he could call him eBay.
So I'm saying like this. My job is this, right? I want to see black people go to Africa, right? But I don't want to see people going there on emotion,
Yeah.
Because people are saying, like Bomani said, we have another sister Sunday. We heard about it, right? And I told Lewis like, so what, whatever, like that. Another sister just fucking lost everything in Ghana. Back in America, she's so bitter, fuck Africa and whatnot, And so I'm saying to myself, yeah, we want to prevent that shit because eventually this movement's going to collapse. People keep having these horror stories and they keep piling up. Because people going over there unorganized. Look, like we talked about Adama. Remember I shut Adama down that night?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I had to go in on him. I had to go in America.
Tyler, that's a business opportunity, right? I think that's kind of what Bomani is doing, or maybe even O'Shea, trying to organize people who's coming on the continent to make sure that they have some help.
O'Shea's not organizing no one on the continent.
O'Shea ain't organizing shit.
He organizes shit, Bomani is actually bringing people who want to come, but these are people. Let me tell you something about Bomani. The people that's going with Bomani have known him for years. They went on several tours with him and stuff like that. And these are people he know, right? And they said, I want to buy a place because they said they've been in Ghana, they like it, they want to go there and build. So they'd be like that. It ain't like everybody get up one day, say, I want to quit my job and move to Ghana. No, you can't do that, You got to show you have some means of supporting yourself. You got to have a plan,
One thing I realized, Carla, the people that really make it in America from over there that ain't had shit in America that makes it in there, like they left with nothing, so they just go over there with maybe 1,000, 2,000. You know what I'm saying? Oh, get you a girl, a wife, or a dude, and you start selling chickens and goddamn. What does he say? He was selling chickens and
fish. Yeah.
Like little stupid shit like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying like this. If that's what makes you happy, right?
Yeah.
Selling that like that, for somebody like him, that's good. Why?
Yeah.
Because what's the alternative? Come to America and die in the streets,
Yeah.
But for somebody like me, you, and stuff like that, we need a little more,
Yeah.
And that conversation has not been happening, right? I asked the question, what job?
I think that dude was pretty open. He said he was in the streets, got himself involved into some shit. And sometimes people just need to get away.
Yeah. He was honest. He was honest, but he still was. Hey, Colin, that's what you call an honest fool. And I'm not saying like a fool in a bad way, but he's just an honest fool. You get what I'm saying? It's just like how they got that meme that going on TikTok with a lady get up there at the church and she said, "Yeah, I used to be a prostitute. I used to sell my pussy, and I used to do this." Yeah, you honest, but you a fool at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
That was hilarious.
Yeah. So what he doing is he trying to make it like the same way that Adama tried to do, to make it seem like it's somebody reaching out. No, you can't. You ain't no such thing, no chicken business. There ain't even been no chicken farm over there. All that shit is ran by the government. You can do some individual things, but at the end of the day, he said that he could offer you anything. He could offer you no protection, no type of whatever, anything.
Like you said earlier, Smart. What if we have somebody as a Black American have political ambitions? So we're supposed to throw out the door, because if you're not connected to a tribe or political party, you really got nothing. So we're supposed to go over there and have no political party,
none,
no anything. So that's a hard thing to sell.
Carla, why do you think there's only been one Black president in the United States?
Look, let me tell you something, right? First of all, there's never been a Black president. I don't consider Obama.
Yeah,
an African president. If you want,
he's not no African. He's a fucking whatever the hell he was.
A mixed race.
Yeah, he was mixed race. He's a mixed race man, but he was not Black. Culturally, it whatnot, and his soul was not Black. You know?
Fine, I get it, but I'm saying, why do you think there's only been one?
Because America's a white country. That's why it's a majority.
Exactly, and I'm not advocating for tribalism, but I'm using that to tell you that.
Yeah, that's why I said that's the majority. That's why I said, look, I have no problem. Look, Black people in America, right? We've been here for 400 years, right? Despite everything what you say and whatnot, you know, we're gonna be here, and the bottom line is, this is probably the best place for us right now, given the fact that we don't have a nation of our own. So I have no problem with white people running the country, because the bottom line is this. I be honest with yourself, man. Until Black people have their own nation and they can prove themselves, like I told the story about the story of Job in the Bible, right? Job, the devil went to God and said, you know, God, you know, if you remove your protective hedge around Job, I'll make him curse his maker, right? God moved the protective, and Job passed the test, right? See, in America, right, where we live under the white man's protective, hedge. There's a hedge around Black America that we know that we're tethered to white America. That we know we're tethered to them. As long as they're successful, we're successful, right? What I'm saying is that's not enough. The whole purpose of the Afghanistan ideology is we have to prove to the world that we can basically remove the white man's hedge around and move on, live on our own, and build for the. We have to do that, right? To prove it to ourselves. Because right now, I don't care what you say. If you're a Black man in America, what you're saying is the white man is God. He's it's like when you're in a prison, Hustle Smart, right? There's a man. If you go into a cell and you see one man sitting pissing down, and one man stamping, you know who's a bitch and who's in the relationship, right? Right now, the Black man in America sits pissing down. Where the one sitting down? Where his bitch? You know, that's just the reality. Until we have a nation of our own, whatever.
You think a lot of African Americans would agree with that assessment, Kyle?
Well, if I say it right, see, I come from Black middle America, right? I know Black middle America, and we have these conversations all the time under our breath. But we know in the real world, we got to go out there in the white man's world, put a nice smiley face on, and get along, right? And so therefore, Black people are not going to go out there and risk the ostracization like this, unless you have a solid plan and everything like that. If it really happens and Black people say, oh, it's a done deal, we do really have a nation, we do have this one, not. Yeah, they're gonna choose, you know.
Hey, Colin, let me answer that. Let me answer that question further. Yes, Black men will say that. Like the reason why Black men will say that is the simple reason why Black men always talking about, well, man, if they just leave me alone, if they just leave us alone, no, that just like let's go back to some jail shit, just like Colin did. If you sit up there just telling these guys to leave you alone while they trying to rape you, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing gonna happen. They just gonna sit up there and laugh at you. You know what I'm saying? Leave me alone ain't fighting back. So if you're not fighting back, if you're not ready to risk your life, you just whenever they get ready to rape you, they just gonna rape you. You know what I'm saying? Just like you watch the movie Shawshank Redemption. Whenever they get ready to rape you, they're gonna rape you. And that's the way that the white community is. And most Black men know that. Most Black men understand they ain't got no fight. Because we ain't together.
No leverage, you know, because we got
no leverage. You got clowns like Volvo coming up there, little munchkin hobbit dude with no neck, sitting up there want to show Jordans.
Volvo is so entertaining. Wow.
You want to get up like think about that. You got a grown ass man jumping on the show talking about we LBA and showing Jordans. What the fuck did that guy like? You showing the company that's ran by Nike?
The FBA is proud to be the white man's bitch.
It's just shocking. So that's what I'm saying, Elvis, is that you saying, do they agree with it? No, they proud to be it. They don't want to go nowhere. They got this thing in their mind that they say, well, this is ours. That just like me standing. Hold on, caller. Let me say this, caller. Elvis, that's just like me standing in front of your house, your apartment, wherever you live at, and then telling you, hey man, that's mine. And every time I say it, I take 2 steps back. And I say, hey man, that's mine. And I take 2 steps. I ain't going forward to take it. I'm taking 5, 6 steps back. And then I got other black people with me that's with us, that's helping us take, man, you know what? Don't take 6 steps back, take 10 steps back. Let's just keep hollering and screaming at them and see if that's gonna work. Ain't nothing gonna work until, in order for a I was always told this, in order for a drastic change, blood got to be shed. That's the only way.
Blood and soil.
But here's the thing though, right? They wasn't given, it wasn't given to them freely, right? They had to fight for it. You know, you had civil rights, you have Jim Crow, you had a lot of things that black people had to fight for.
That ain't no, get your ass, Elvis. I don't understand this. Let me say this to you in all due respect. Getting your motherfucking ass whooped is not a fight. That just that white people got tired of beating our ass so much that they felt sorry for it. That's just like somebody getting their ass whooped, and then it was some white
people. They came with the civil rights because of the riots that was happening. It wasn't because.
Hold on. Let me say this. We get in here, bro. Give me like 2 minutes.
Go ahead, bro.
America was fighting an ideological war with the Soviet Union and communists that they were losing, right?
Yeah.
Because the bottom line is the propaganda they would use is America's racist. It's capitalist imperialism and that. So America had to put a nice face on civil rights. Is going to happen regardless of black people or not. You know, they had to put a nice face on it. So they found some Baptist preacher from the deep South, whatnot, to be the front man for this thing called civil rights and whatnot. That's why black people say, you know who you're to look into? The real civil rights leader black people? Medgar Evers. You know, Medgar Evers was the real thing. You know. Because he didn't give a fuck about no damn what the hell white people talk about and everything. He said we want black. He said we black people from the Delta and all the region are the main. We break our backs and we're the main consumers of everything. White people. We said stuff that we should be doing among ourselves. We don't need a white man's dollar. You know, they're not gonna hire us like that, like this. They said this nigga got to die. You know. That was Medgar Evers, you know, blew his brain.
Well, you know that I don't think you guys know what FBA even means.
We don't give a fuck because it's an internet thing.
Don't give a shit. You know why?
Yeah, it's an internet thing.
You know why Ben Youssef, right? After I watched that movie Sinners, right? I love that movie, man. That movie is beautiful, right? Anyway, the whole thing is this. Now, FBA is trying to claim that movie, right? But if you really look at Sinners, right? Sinners, the culture of the movie, right? The music, everything was a mixture of Irish Celtic, Choctaw Indians, and the spiritual Choctaw and the African. You know, when you say you're foundational American, Black American, you're basically saying that the spiritual and the music and everything like that really derives from Africa, right?
No, it doesn't.
You're distancing yourself from your own heritage.
Where is jazz, blues, hip hop?
That's it. Hold on. That's basically what all derives from our culture in Africa.
Where is it in Africa then?
No, it derives. Italy. It's African culture with an American experience. That's all.
It has nothing to do with Africa. Now they was doing was beating on the drum.
If you took black people from the South, right, from Africa, right, dumped them off in China, right, and they lived in China and just worked and everything like that, the culture would be completely different than thing. You would be unrecognizable because the culture is by its around. Like you have
it's an ethnogenesis. The same with the Jamaicans and the Brazilians.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Jamaicans have a different flow and everything like that, but it all derives from a variation of African culture. You know, ours is a variation of European culture. There's been a mix. Everything like that is not American. It's an American version of what African culture is. You know, just like you got Irish people. Those are Scottish people who lived in Ireland for 700 years. Their culture is different from the Irish Catholics, you know? Because French Canadians are different than Parisians.
I want to see the equivalence of an African James Brown.
Okay, you have Fela Cuddi. Okay, you ever heard of Fela Cuddi?
Okay, I want to see what the Africans
I
are
just
doing
said
over
this. Hold
there.
on. Have you ever heard of Fela Cuddi?
No.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're ignorant. You never heard of Hugh Masekela.
No, I don't know African
Okay, these
music.
guys with jazz and a thing like that. They were very influenced by James Brown. Same music that
Okay, they
arrived
were
in
influenced
Nigeria.
by us,
Modern
though.
Nigerian music
We're the
is different to
South,
Black
Colin. That's what
American
I'm
music.
saying.
Because it's all
Everybody
African.
is
And that's why it's
influenced
so
by us.
similar. That's why if you look at African music, Afro beats and whatnot, and Black American culture, it's very, very, even though it's different.
Yeah, because they stole
very,
it
very
from us.
similar.
White people stole
But
their
hold
music
up,
from
but
us.
hold up.
Country
Another
music
thing is
they
this.
stole
Another
from
thing
us.
is this. If you go to South Africa, right? The Boers, the Afrikaners, you know what music they vibe to? Country and Western from America.
And that comes
heavy
from
metal,
us, Colin.
you know? They don't
But
know.
what? Hey, hold on for a second, caller. Let me ask Ben a question. Ben, what does it matter if they took everything from us? What does it matter?
It does. What I'm saying is this: the Jews got things taken from them. We just state
I
the
got
fact
you.
here. You know
I
what I'm
got
saying?
you. I'm just
Everybody, hold
saying.
on, let me finish.
I'm
The
with you. I'm with
Chinese,
you.
hold up, let me finish. The Chinese, the Koreans, the
Mm-hmm.
Filipinos were conquered by the Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's been conquered by somebody. You know what I'm saying? But they don't have to lose their culture because they were conquered.
Ben, what you're doing is this, right? Now, I'm not going to take your Black American identity from you. Hey, you want to have that? Fine, right? All I'm saying, and also I don't say you have any obligation like Africans. You know, okay, that's what you do. I can't change your heart. You know, but the whole thing is, I will say, a problem I have is when people try to take my culture, right? When I look at those Black churches and whatnot, and we used to have that Holy Ghost, the Pentecostal Holy Ghost, like, that's definitely African culture. Because you go to a white church, you don't see that. You know, the way we praise and shout.
Hey, one of y'all got some feedback, man. You can call us double talking. One of y'all need to mute up or stop the playback.
Yeah, but when you go to South Africa in Nigeria, the preachers try to dress like Black American preachers.
Well, no, because Christian church, basically the AME church, right? That started.
Tyler, he's right. African American culture does influence contemporary African culture today.
That's why it looks.
And that's fine. Big ups to African American culture, bro. It's not a bad thing.
So yeah, but what I'm saying is that how is that a flex to say that everybody copies Black people? How does that help Black people?
Who's stating the fact it's got to be a flex. It's a fact.
Okay, I got you. It's a fact. Then how does that help Black people?
It ain't gotta help it. It's just a fact.
Okay. So what it is? It's like a benign fact. You know what I'm saying? It's just a fact. It doesn't mean anything. It don't help us. It's just a fact.
Yeah, it's just like if somebody say Hawaii has waterfalls.
Okay, yeah.
Beaches, but they're still
poor.
They
got clear water. Yeah, like it don't help us all. It don't help us at all, right?
And they got conquered by the white man. They became.
Yeah, but I'm just saying with everybody copying got the Chinese people over there rapping and dancing. How did that help us at all?
Anybody?
Yeah, they wearing braids, they wearing Jordans. You know what I'm saying? They fucking Black bitches. You know what I'm saying? Black bitches want to get pregnant by them, so they doing everything the Black men do. They fucking the bitches, and the bitches is fucking them, buying their hair. You know, going to that nail shop, making them rich. How does that help Black people?
I'm just stating the fact. How does it help Hawaii that it has live volcanoes?
Well, I tell you what, Ben. The funny part is that everybody that's copying Black people is making money off of it, while Black people only doing numbers. Hold on, Ben. I'll let you talk, Ben. I'll let you talk. Everybody's copying Black people are monetizing it, while Black people just sit up here stating facts.
It is what it is, brother. I'm just saying the fact. It don't change the matter.
You know what? I'm a businessman, and what you said right there, I love it. I'll make the money, and you state the facts.
Okay, it's like I told you in Hawaii, right? Hawaiians are poor, right? A lot of them. The few that exist, they got their country stole, but that doesn't negate the fact that they're Hawaiians and they come from a beautiful island. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. One point I'm trying to make
is it's minute though. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Ben. It's just minute.
I'm saying about the
what does that bother you though?
It doesn't bother me because we don't benefit from it. Like we don't make a dollar. We don't. What I'm saying is that we don't make one as a black people. We don't make $1 for stating the fact.
But you getting paid out here, right? You got a business. You in a capitalist society.
Yeah, Ben, let me ask you a question. Ben, let me ask you a question.
And I don't make my money off black people stating facts.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, Ben. Ben, let me ask you a question,
Ben. People going to do what they're going to do. People like the way you thinking is other people that think like you. We don't all think the same. So the way you think,
Ben, let me ask you a question, right?
The same way you.
Let me ask you a question about the FBA, right? You know, my problem with the FBA is I know people just biding their time, so it could take off to the point where they could completely say we didn't come from Africa and slave trade never happened. You know, that's their end game. You know, I know.
No, I don't. Okay, go ahead.
You know what I'm going at, right? There's people because why is it that the people who believe in FBA they be hanging like this? What you call this? Mike's TV. What do you think about Mike's TV? That mulatto.
I think what you're saying is this though. Remember, FBA is it's like somebody Chinese. Chinese are not a monolith. Some of them atheists, some are crazy.
Yeah, but the whole thing is this. I see you guys that believe in FBA. Y'all basically get together with these. I'm not black.
But you're FBA though.
Huh?
But you're FBA.
I'm not FBA. You know why?
Okay, well you're a freeman, right?
I consider myself African. I acknowledge my African roots. That's the first thing, you know. I don't believe I'm a founder. I believe that basically my ancestors came here, were sojourned, and I don't believe America is my end game. You know, I don't believe that. So me being an Africani, you know, somebody who believes in Afghanistan believes that my final resting place is a nation of my own. That's victory, you know. I don't believe that I'm foundational Black American and I plant my flag here and that's it. Because why? Because another race of people dominates this land, you know.
Okay, well, what about the Jamaicans though? How come you don't say the same thing to the Haitians and the Jamaicans?
Well, okay, I'll say like this with the Haitian Jamaican, like I said.
And Brazil.
I don't know what I don't know. So let me give you that. What is the thing? I don't really hear what they got to say.
They love Jamaica. They don't have a problem with Jamaica.
Okay, my whole thing is this. I know a lot of Jamaicans, like my brother Bomani, they don't give a fuck about Jamaica.
They don't give a fuck about Jamaica.
You're right about that. I give you that. But what I'm saying is they're not making no big push to go back to Africa.
Well, Bomani is. I know. You know how many? Matter of fact, do you know the majority of people who are living in Ghana from the West are actually Caribbeans?
Oh yeah, I got that. And also Ethiopia, you had the Jamaicans go over there. But what I'm saying is nobody...
So the bottom line is this. So my whole thing is this. We try to, and also there's a big difference. This Haiti and Jamaica are at least majority Black, you know, and the culture. Even though you have Chinese people that can speak like that, man, and everything like that, you know.
And they ain't got shit over there.
Black
They
culture,
can't
right?
go to their own beaches over there. You know that, right?
We say. Yeah, I know. I understand. I understand that, Ben. Your argument is right, but what I'm saying is this: though, the culture of Jamaica is primarily Black. Reggae and all stuff like that is primarily Black. So therefore, they have an affinity towards a culture that created an island. Just like Black America have affinity towards America, right? But the thing is, though, I don't think Black people, and if we were the majority in America, like then you could claim to be a foundational Black America because you're the majority. You know,
you have to be the majority. Come on, that makes no sense at all.
It does make a sense. Let me ask you a question.
I get. Well, hold on, Kyle. Let me ask him a question real quick before you say that. Hey, Ben, the FBA. I'm talking about the movement, not the phrase, not latching on to people for a technicality. I'm saying how many people that you think are in the FBA movement?
I don't look at it as a movement. I just look at it as a lineage. You can be
a lineage. How many? Well, that signed up to that ideology of the lineage that you saying? I got you. A lineage. How many people you think that signed up to that ideology?
I don't know and don't care. I know what I do.
Okay, I got you. That's what it is. Because it's just some internet. That's why it ain't going nowhere. So based on the lineage, what you because you're trying to get something. All you're talking about is trying to get something. You trying to get somebody to pay you is strength in numbers. But your silly ass just sit up there and say you don't care. Like how you gonna get there? We don't heard you talk plenty of times.
Hold up.
We don't heard you talk. Yeah, we don't heard you talk plenty of time. You want a motherfucking check. How you gonna get a motherfucking check if you don't know the numbers? It's a numbers game. Strength is in numbers.
Tell the Jews that they the minority of the world. So tell the Jews that they run the goddamn everything.
The Jewish people have their own country, dumbass.
Less is more. Less is more.
They have their own country, dumbass.
Now I'm a dumbass.
Jews have
yeah, you're not smart. You're not smart because you be contradicting yourself. You contradict yourself, bro.
You're losing the conversation.
Oh, you want to know one of the reasons why the reparations was passed and Germany paid? Because a lot of the things to build Israel was done by German contractors. Say, okay, we'll pay like that, but
they got okay, we go beyond that. I'm talking about in the United States. Before that, the Jews were prosecuted all over the world in Europe. You know that.
Yeah, but hold up. The bottom line is this. It was Germany that paid reparations to the Jews.
I'm not talking about, I said before the Germans, the Spanish, the Portuguese,
but nobody paid the Jews
have always been prosecuted.
Yeah, but nobody paid the Jews anything. It was
okay, but did they not own the banking system before the Germans when they were in Spain? That's why they was always trying to run the Jews out.
Right. But the whole thing is, did they ever get reparations from Spain?
I'm showing you it was less. They were the minority, and they ran the banking industry. They were
no. That wasn't the question. You said that they got reparations from all over. Did they get reparations from Spain?
I didn't say they got reparations from all over.
You're not even listening to yourself. You said they got. You said they got reparations from all over. You don't even be listening to yourself.
Okay, they got persecuted from all over the world. I said in Europe. Okay. And they were the minority. You don't have to have a lot of niggas to do anything. Less is more. Look at it's 200 million Nigerians, and they ain't doing shit.
True.
You understand? I'd rather have 4 quarters than 100 bum ass pennies.
That's those dumbass colloquial talking points that black people do that means absolutely nothing. You can't. You know what? That's why you can tell you don't run nothing or own nothing because you can't go to no type of business. You can't go to no type of business meeting, talk about nation building and saying some old stupid shit like I'd rather have 4 quarters than 10 dimes. You know what I'm saying? I know your ass sit up here talking about reparation to FBA and your ass in Canada.
What you worried about it for, nigga?
Your ass in Canada with a goddamn Filipino chick with a flat ass.
Nigga, you jealous because you crying about. We ain't crying about your ass.
Why would I be
crying about your ass every fucking day?
Jealous about a goddamn dude in Canada with a Filipino chick.
Don't worry about it. You can't even get to Canada, bitch, nigga, because you got a felony, nigga.
I wouldn't want to go to. I don't want to go to Canada.
Yeah, that's right, nigga. You can't even go. So shut the fuck up.
Why would I want to live a country that's already white people and then
you can't go, nigga. You was the white man's
bitch.
You was the white man's bitch in the penitentiary, nigga. White man told you when to shit and when to eat, nigga. White man had you in a cage, nigga. So how you gonna talk to me, nigga?
Yeah.
You the ultimate white man's bitch.
And hold on,
nigga.
Hold on, and then white people tell you that they ain't gonna
white man broke your motherfucking ass, nigga.
Hold on,
you was in a cage, nigga.
Hold on, sugar boy. You said that before.
You an ultimate motherfucking animal, nigga. You ain't shit, nigga.
Now let me tell you something.
You a convict, nigga.
And white people told you that they ain't gonna give you
society, nigga.
They ain't gonna give you not $1. They ain't gonna give you not $1. So keep your sis ass in Canada with your Filipino bitch.
Jailbird ass nigga kicking some jailbird ass knowledge, nigga. You ain't smart enough to stay out of prison, nigga. So we know you dumb as fuck. You can't stay out of prison, nigga. You ain't smart, nigga. That ain't a flex, nigga. That showed you got caught, nigga.
Yeah. So everybody that been locked up is dumb?
I'm just saying, nigga, don't get on me, nigga.
No, I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you when you live in a glass house, nigga.
Hey, Ben, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question, Ben. I'm asking you a question, boy.
That's not
everybody been locked up as dumb. Everybody been locked up as dumb.
In prison. Elijah Muhammad was in prison.
Oh, so then what are you saying then?
Brother, I tried to talk to you with respect, and you start calling me stupid. So
because you are stupid, and now you backtracking what you just said. Now you saw how stupid you was because you're emotional and you in goddamn Canada. You in Canada with a Filipino bitch. Talk about you FBA nigga.
You're jealous nigga. You want a Filipino nigga?
I definitely don't.
One nigga.
No, I don't cook
hood rats, nigga.
No, I don't eat pancakes,
fuck them
bro.
Crackhead bitches for a hit, nigga.
No,
you jealous? What you worry about? Who I'm fucking?
I don't eat pancakes, bro.
Who another man
I'm just saying. You sit up here talking about you. You sit up here talking about you. You sit up here talking about you LBA.
What about who I'm fucking? Got to do with the conversation?
You over here fucking Filipino bitches.
What does that got to do with the conversation?
You pro black.
What does that got to do with the conversation?
Black fucking Filipino bitches in Canada.
Who said I'm pro black, nigga? I just say who the fuck I am.
Oh, okay.
I'm pro me, nigga.
Okay, I got you. So it's an individual thing.
It's always individual with everybody.
Okay, then enough talk. And that's and Colin, you know what? When it boils down to all them FBA niggas, these dumb niggas, when it get down to it, they all individualists.
You're jealous.
They just got this banner. That's why they never going nowhere. They got this banner that this clown got, that this clown put up. But when you sit up there and talk to them and get to the nuts and bolts of the situation, they all individual clowns.
Now
that ain't doing nothing.
That's your opinion.
But what can you do over the internet? Again, you in Canada fucking a flat-booted Filipino bitch.
There you go, worried about
what the fuck can you do? What the fuck can you do in Canada, bro?
You worried about who I'm fucking. That's some gay shit
How you gonna get reparation from Canada,
that's
bro?
Some gay shit. That's some jail, prison, gay shit. That worried about who I'm fucking.
Right. I mean, you just said something about fucking crackhead.
If I ain't fucking your woman, nigga, what you worried about?
Hey, Ben, was it? Ben, let me use your logic. I know you don't have logic, but let me use it against you. Was it gay when you just said I'm fucking hood rats and crackheads?
You just said, repeat that now. I didn't get you.
I said, was it? You said that me saying that you fucking a flat-booted Filipino bitch is gay. So was it gay when you said that I'm fucking crackheads and hood rat bitches?
No, I was just coming back at you because you keep.
Okay. So I got you. So you really don't. So you really don't. You really don't mean that, then, right?
Hey, Pimp. What's the name? I told you.
Hustle Smart, the Simple Police Academy.
Hustle Smart, yeah. And I gave you props. Hold up, brother. I gave you props for getting out. You got your trucking company and shit. And I said you're doing good.
Yeah.
Me and you might not agree on a lot of shit, but I give you props for that. You know what I'm saying? For going under this white man system and going out and making something of yourself.
True.
I think you were showing your house then. You know what I'm saying?
True.
So I'm not hating on you for that. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't hating on you either. I'm just telling the truth. But Ben, you don't like the truth sometimes, bro.
But you ain't got to give it the name calling. If I'm not calling your name,
Ben, I don't heard you call people all type of names, bro. Don't
calling you nothing.
Ben. Come on, Ben. Listen, man. Ben, don't be. Hey, Ben, don't be like black people and be like, you know, they say the worst shit in the world, and then they hear Trump say the word shithole and act like like somebody killed their mama, bro. You get what I'm saying,
brother? I was talking to you with respect. I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm talking about
hey, Ben, I just said you was dumb. What you said was dumb.
Okay, that's your opinion. Okay.
But no, it's not an opinion, it's a fact.
Okay, that's
let me explain to you how it's a fact, Ben. I get what you're saying. I agree with you that all these other people took this from us, you know what I'm saying, took our style, took all of that. But if everybody else is making money off of it and we're not, and then we keep doing it, it ain't like the Jewish people is coming to us We going to the Jewish people. Them rappers going to the Jewish people. They going to the record label. The record labels ain't coming to them. The record labels ain't coming to the shows. The record labels ain't coming to the trap. The record labels ain't coming to the jails. These niggas is taking they intellectual properties to them.
Well, I don't look at the lowest common denominator. And like I said, I gave you the example with Hawaii. I'm just stating a fact that Hawaii has beaches and waterfalls, and the fact that they're poor and they got taken over by the United States doesn't negate that.
That's true.
It is what it is. It's just a fact.
But they're not trying to be. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is what make your argument minute is that Hawaii is not trying to do anything on the political front. But they're not asking for anything.
That's a lie. I used to live in Hawaii, and they trying to get statehoods. A group of Hawaiians over there is trying to get not statehood. Sorry about that. They trying to get their independence back. Very small. Over there.
Listen, they're asking for something. You got to be. What I'm trying to tell you that you got to be willing to take something. Asking for something.
Not taking nothing. They doing the same thing black people doing.
Okay, now Ben, you're saying what I'm saying. You don't even realize that you have came full circle to agree with me.
I'm just saying, using your logic, they're doing the same thing. If that's what you're saying.
But the logic that's what you call sound logic.
It is what you call. You have certain black people doing one thing, another group doing another. It's many groups. It's not a monolith here in any race. Just like Chinese.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to tell you that you live where you used to live in America, but you know how especially white people think. If you're not going to put your
I don't care about white people think.
But what I'm saying,
in their mind rent free. They don't live in mine.
It doesn't matter. They care because they watch everybody. They don't just watch black people. They watch everybody. What I'm saying is that
what they eat don't make me shit.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is that the group that you're associated with wants them to give them some money.
Everybody want money.
No. Come on, bro. You're see what you're doing now. You're conflating. It's a difference between everybody. Hey, Ben. It's a difference between my daughter wanting $50 and my daughter her mama won $100 million. It's a big difference. Ben.
It's not about white people. It's the government. It's the government that owes the debt.
And who runs the government?
I mean, it's the government. They could be. They had a black woman.
Kyla, don't you dare play that song, Kyla.
Who runs the government? Who runs the government, man?
I don't care if the Chinese ran. It's a debt that's owed. Just like if you owe a debt, they're gonna chase after you, right? The bill collectors are gonna come after you. They don't give a fuck if you're white, black, or purple. You owe a debt, and they're gonna try to collect on it. They'll call your phone every day. They'll send letters in the mail.
Okay, hold on. Now I'm gonna use your. See, this is what I love about logic. So let's use your logic. They call you, y'all calling them every day, or let's say the bill collector's calling you every day. By them calling you every day, does that make you pay them?
No, but they still do it. They're not the mafia.
Right. But what I'm saying is, they can call you 24/7. 24/7, 365 for 1,000 years
some
straight.
People give in though, you know that, right? Some people. That's why they sell debt to third-party collectors.
So what you think the percentage of people that cave into bill collectors? Ben?
It's enough that they've been in business for years.
No. I'm asking you for a percentage.
I don't know the percentage, but I have to say this. Hold on, let me finish. I have to say this though. For them to be in business that many years, they have to be making a profit. Do you
know how that works, Ben? I don't think you understand how it works. All it is call centers. Like my cousin works at a call center. Hold on, let me explain it to you. The call center is employed by maybe 8 different people. She answers phone calls for goddamn 12 different business all through the day. Every time the phone, let me tell you how it works. The phone rings, and when the phone rings pop up through the computer, it brings up the protocol for said company.
Up a prompt. I know how it works. And
so that's what I'm saying. Like these people are just buying. What they do is they buy debt. That's how it works.
Off the third mark, the bank.
But do you know how much? Do you know how much they buy it for? Hold on for a second. You say what?
On pennies on the dollar.
Exactly. So they're not losing any money by making a few phone calls, Ben.
But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if you own a debt collection company, you still have to keep the lights on. You have to pay lease. You have to pay your employees.
And most debt collect companies is out of business. It's not that many brick and mortar debt collect companies. That's a business.
Well, if you're online, you still have to make payroll.
No, you don't have to make payroll, Ben, because it's not a said bank. It's not a said company.
Somebody is getting you. If you have
no, what I'm trying to explain to you is a conglomerate.
The people that's making the calls. Somebody's getting paid here. Nobody's
but they're not getting paid by the debt collectors. They're getting paid by 12 different companies. Like, do you know that Louis Vuitton?
How the company's making money then?
Because
the money has to be coming from somewhere, right?
Ben, this is the part that makes you look dumb. They're getting that money from all over. I'm just trying to I'm trying to tell you, they get it from they answering questions from all different type of people. They'll just delegate, you know what I'm saying, an hour or two to make a couple of phone calls. That's it. Bill collectors don't call all day. If you notice, most bill collectors only call you at a certain time of day. You might get
anybody understand the logic that I'm using, where regardless of what's doing what, somebody has to get paid.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. You can't use a business to the U.S. government where they can take shit, where they can kill you. Ain't now bill collectors can kill you.
Here's the thing, Ben. Like I said, let's do a scenario. Right? Let's do a scenario. Like I said, I was waiting to use this on you. All right. Let's say I'm a defendant for the United States government. You, Ben, and Dusty Mandinka. What's his name? Bantu Mandinka. I call him Dusty Mandinka.
Yeah, and there's other groups that's begging the government.
Hold on,
money,
Ben.
Right? You know that, right?
We're gonna have
court. You do know that, right?
Hey, Ben, we're gonna have court right now, right? Now, I'm basically the government's gonna be like, I'm gonna make my case that slavery never happened, that you guys were black people already here. You're the original Americans. You were never oppressed, whatever like that. You'll come up saying the government owes me something, right? I'm gonna bring as a star witness Dane Calloway, you know? And
you're just talking fictitious shit, because Dane Calloway doesn't represent all black Americans. So I got you.
I'm saying, he's FBA though. He's the FBA.
So what? Anybody could be FBI. I get a homeless man could be FBA. So now what? It's like a Chinaman. So he can speak for all the Chinese.
What I'm saying is this: though,
can one Chinese man speak for all the Chinese people?
Yeah, but there's gonna be many arguments against you. You know.
I mean, that's in anything, Carla. Shit. Everybody got arguments against them. Everybody wants something. The gays want something. The women want something. The feminists want something.
Ben.
Everybody wants something.
Let me ask you a question. Would you pursue reparations through the courts or legislation?
First of all, I'm not pursuing anything. I'm living my life. Okay, I got other shit. Let me finish. I got other shit going. You guys are more worried about reparations than what I am.
Well, I don't care. I already said if my reparations check come in, I told Jonathan that he can have it. You know, he told me to that, man. He said, "Yo, Kyle, I want your reparations check." He said,
"Hey, don't donate it to the charity or something." You know,
no, donate to you. You could have part of it. You know, you could have half.
You guys are more worried about it than what I am. You know what I'm saying? I may talk about it.
We ain't worried about nothing that ain't gonna never happen.
Okay, then you ain't got to. Then what you worried about it for? You know, people think aliens exist. I don't get bent out of shape about it.
No, we're telling you that it ain't gonna happen.
Okay, people believe that aliens exist.
Ben, you know what? No,
I do not, but I don't get bent out of shape about it.
Ben, I believe
people believe in a lot of shit.
Ben, hold up. You know why I talk about it? Because 7 years ago, right? Building with Africa. Building trade with Africa, buying black when everybody was going to download, buy black. You had Diddy, Jay-Z creating black-owned business apps and all stuff like that, you know. Everybody's about buying black power, like this, you know. Yeah, black businesses popping up, we're supporting black business one night. Then along comes Yvette Carnell talking about you do for selfers and buy black ain't gonna work. We need compensation because we're black. Then she morphed into the reparations movement. So all the black Pan-African movement, trade with Africa, all that shit just died. Because people opted out for it's easy to sit online and talk about a reparations check than actually say, you know, Hustle Smart, man, me, Maximilian, Hustle Smart, and all these other people. All these other people got together. Let's form a trucking association, you know, and put That all that stuff that we were trying to do back then went to the wayside. Everybody just opted out of working together, building cooperative economics. They sold out for reparations.
Cut the check, and everybody started screaming, "Cut the check!"
Dynasty, everybody, cut the check, cut the check, cut the check. The most cut the check ass niggas out there. And the bottom line is, and then every time you get online, we start talking about black economics. The only thing people want to talk about is cut the check. Because that's easy. And
it's a debt that they owe us.
They owe us. And then what happens is that movement elevated deadbeats, right? Like deadbeats to prominence, you know? The black people who got ideas, like this one lady that was on O'Shea show back in the day, her name was Erica. She was going around one whole dime, helping brothers set up, getting their credit score, trying to get business loans and whatnot. And she was like, yeah, we're going to build this thing. Then next thing you know, like I said, every time O'Shea did a show with her, no one would listen. Because black people got lazy talking about reparations, you know, and stuff like that, rather than nation building and community building and stuff like that that works.
Carla, not only did they get lazy, they got on the internet and talk about every day why we should get it, why not saying how we gonna get it or what we need to do to get it. They just always talking. If you ever hear most of the FBA people talk, they always talk about a moral aspect. Well, don't they owe us? Yeah, I agree.
The bottom line is, when has white people in America?
You think these people who's asking for reparations are sitting around not going to work and just solely focusing on it?
Look, I know my people.
Of course they're going to work.
Come on, Colin. They're working, Colin. These are regular people who have a normal job. They're not. They didn't quit their job and start begging for reparations. Those are like that.
Elvis, there's people that went out there and took loans out a couple of years ago. They thought the reparations and what's that thing what's that thing they put that thing that came out?
The PPP loans. PPP loans.
Stimulus and whatnot. They really reparations was around the corner after George Floyd situation.
And then once California said they was going to open up a task force to study it and shit,
The only thing I said, the only way you get reparations is if white people are going to fall out dying laughing. Then you might just walk in there and take over and pay some reparations. Man.
They were close in California. It came pretty close.
They were never close, man. You don't even know.
Elvis, let me tell you something.
Hey, hold on, Colin. They were so close that black people shut it down.
No, it was the Hispanics, right? The people said it was
it was the Black Caucus. It was the Black Caucus that shut it down.
Look, they didn't want that friggin' Marco. You vote for it. Look, the bottom line is, what's his name? Governor Newsom said, no, it was just a study thing. They made a recommendation. They got paid for like 8 months, whatever, like that. And then they made the recommendation. Black people thought they was, so we get a check. He said, oh, no, there's no money. It's just a recommendation.
Yeah, we studied it.
So you saying they got bamboozled, Colin? Is that what you saying?
Of course.
Well, no, what happened was they got Colin. They got paid.
300 some years, bro. Black people been bamboozled. We got the shit, man. That's
Colin. Colin, hold on for a second. Do you not know, Colin, that when they open up this thing to study it, the people that got into it, that what they do is that when the government open up another, like a subgroup, it's an allotment of pay. So they got an extra money besides their own salary to do these different committees. That's why they say, like, we're going to censor this person or we're going to have this person on this committee. They did another committee to study, and all the people got an extra, I think it was 60 or 75,000 to study it for 8 months.
So the people who sat on committees got reparations.
Yeah. They got reparations.
And let me ask this: were the Japanese begging when they were trying to get reparations for over 20 years?
I'm glad you asked that, Ben. I guess now here's the thing, Ben. Right? Let me tell you something.
No, were they begging? I just answered the question.
No, Elvis. I mean, Ben. The same thing.
And Ben, was it all Japanese begging?
Ben, this is what happened, right? I remember this. I was in college at the time, 1988, right? There was a so-called civil rights bill that was going through Congress, right? At the time, the Japanese, those uprisings in Korea and Japan and whatnot, and there was Japanese saying it was time for America to shut its bases down. America was still in the Cold War. It still needed those Japanese bases, right? So what happened was the Japanese government said, you know something? We have people who have a plaintiff compensation, not reparations. Basically, in the United States, Kiela, the United States gave all the Japanese a settlement of $20,000 apiece. That wasn't reparations because, you know, if you look at all the property they lost, their whole city blocks and everything, you know, it would be in a trillion. They would have got like millions of dollars
But
apiece.
they were still asking for it, right? Yes
Hold
or
on,
no?
yeah, but the thing is, though, they said they had to get compensation, right, because of specific property lost. And the Japanese government is the one who brokered it. Do you have a government, Ben?
Well, they're still begging then. The government begging. That's
Yeah, but you can beg all you want, man. But do you have a government lobbying on your behalf?
I don't have a defeatist attitude, and for two, all black people.
But you ain't gonna get no reparations.
Just let me finish. Let me finish. One, that doesn't. I talk about football also, but I don't talk about it 90% of the time. There's a time and a place for it. You have white guys that talk about guns, but all white people don't talk about guns. You keep saying black people. Every group has different interests that they talk about. Some is about gambling, some is about poker, some is about sports. You see what I'm saying? Some may be politics. It ain't just all black people. We all different. You know what I'm saying? You got some women, all they talk about is abortion goddamn rights. But that don't mean all women are doing that. It's just that particular group.
Hey, how do you feel about abortion, Ben?
I feel like where you get this from? You really switch gears on that one.
No, you just brought up abortion.
I talked about guns. I just brought up examples. I talked about soccer. You know what I'm talking about?
I got you. I'm saying, what's your take on abortions?
My take on that is that if it's not legal, I'm gonna tell you. Let me finish. Is that just because you outlaw something don't mean it go away. So you have what you call Craigslist abortions then, like they used to have back in the day, back alley abortions. So it's gonna happen. It's like drugs. Drugs is illegal, but it's available every fucking way. You know what I'm saying? It just goes underground, and you just.
I got you. I'm saying, are you for it or against it?
I'm indifferent.
I got you. So you're on the fence about it. I got you. I got you.
On the fence. It just ain't my business. That's a personal choice. That's a very personal choice. You know what I'm saying? Very personal.
But you know what, though, Ben, this makes a lot of sense because this is the same way white people feel about reparations. Because there's a lot of white thing. Hold on, Ben. Goddamn, Ben, just let you talk, bro. So what I'm saying is that this is why the reparation movement won't go nowhere, because it's white people that feel like, hey, that ain't my business. That shouldn't have nothing to do with me. You know, I don't know nobody that owns slaves or whatever. So I'm not gonna be for it. And if white people is not for something, it's not gonna happen. Black people cannot move or shake a nationwide agenda. They can do something about local, you get what I'm saying, but not nationwide. You need 70% of white people to be on your side. And the only thing that white people 70% against that be for black people is to keep oppressing them and to keep working for you. You know what I'm saying? So you got all FBA dudes, they love to go to work every day on the job, I'm talking about driving 100 miles through the city, you know what I'm saying, to clock in so they won't get no currency, to work for Massa, then to get online when they get out work to complain about Massa and think Massa finna give them $3 trillion.
No, they love to go to work because they got to take care of their kids and pay their mortgage.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
And
with that logic,
but you're working for the same people that you want to give you $3 trillion.
The population, if you want to bring up white, but ain't it supposed to be that they dying out and the Hispanics supposed to take over in so many years?
No, that's not happening.
That's urban myth.
Yeah.
People sitting around waiting for white people
these crackers
die out, and they're not going no place.
How can they Ben, logically, just use logic for a second, Ben. The only way they can officially die out if white women become sterile.
I didn't say all die out like.
But that is what you said, Ben. That was your exact
I'm talking about numbers. The Hispanics are coming over here more. They have more kids. You know what I'm saying?
And you think they're gonna give you reparations? They think they're gonna give you? You think?
I mean, I'm telling you, the point is, I don't care who's in office. It is just like truck drivers. Truck drivers complain. Everybody complains. The tech people are complaining. The developers are complaining. The gun rights are complaining. Everybody complains.
Ben,
you know what I'm saying?
You tell me what does reparations look like? Give me from A to Z a passing or a ruling, and how it's going to be distributed.
I have no idea. That's above my pay grade. I don't put that much thought on it.
Well, you got to do that. If you're the one arguing for reparations, somebody what if
I argue for the Bears. Hold up. I argue for the Chicago Bears to win a Super Bowl, but I'm not all into the draft like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Ben, I appreciate your honesty and your limitations. I appreciate that. That's smart.
Hey, he just called you dumb, Ben. That's what he just called you.
That don't mean shit to me. What somebody called me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not 5. I'm not 12 years old.
What I'm saying is, if you're strong about reparations, shouldn't you be able to articulate? Like I said, when people ask me about the Afghanistan, I can tell you in detail what I think about how to build it and how.
Yeah, people. Hold up. I'll tell you this, Colin. People complain about shit with the government. They don't even know the goddamn Constitution. People complain about a lot of shit they don't know about.
Calls for reparations.
People complain about the Bible and they ain't even read the goddamn Bible.
The Bible talks about reparations.
No, I said about people complaining and not knowing about it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the Bible.
Yeah, you ask these people about the gun. I live where I was in a state where a whole lot of gun shit. These people don't even know shit about the Second Amendment. They don't know shit about real gun rights. They don't even know the state laws on guns. You know what I'm saying? Who can carry, when you can carry. It can be open, not when you can shoot a motherfucker, when you can't. You know what I'm saying? What's an imminent threat? What's a supposed threat? You know what I'm saying? They don't know none of that shit. They just know the basics. So a lot of people talk shit and don't know nothing. A lot of people don't even know how to balance a bank book. They don't know what a Roth IRA is.
Man, you dropping juice tonight, man. I'm enjoying your the conversation.
Yeah, Elvis is liking you, man. You better watch out, man.
No, I'm just saying people.
No, he's being honest. I mean, he's being honest about his limitation. It takes a big man to do that, Colin. Are you limited, Colin? Do you think you're limited, Colin?
I'm all knowing, man. I'm erudite.
No, there you go. That's your problem.
Erudite. I'm all
At least Ben knows he's limited. I'm limited too.
No, of course, man. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who believes that you're gonna one day get reparations, or the white people are open up out of goodness of their heart, or Hispanics, and say, you know something, Negroes, when they basically have no.
Colin, reparation is a tall order. We get it, right? But it's not impossible. It's not impossible. It might be at a lower amount than most people expected, but it's not impossible.
Hey, Colin, hold on. Let me ask Elva a question. Don't say tall order. What you think the percentage is, Elva? Just by your own assessment.
20%. 20% possibility.
20%? Are you for real?
Yeah, I mean,
people believe Jesus.
It's not impossible, man.
No,
it might not be $2 trillion. It could be like $500 billion, something.
No. Hold on. So you know what? I appreciate that. Hold on. Hey, Colin, I appreciate what he just did. So let me be specific. They want $3 trillion. What do you think the percentage to get?
It's up to 15 trillion.
Okay, shit, my fault.
Yeah,
so half of the GDP. What do you think the percentage of 15 trillion in reparation, Elvis, percentage?
Right. I think on that case, it's probably less than zero. But
exactly.
I was asking Ben because Colin asked you about certain mechanism on how to do this whole reparation thing, and you said you had no idea. So how did you get to that 15 trillion number?
Hey, brother, people believe Christ is coming back.
So you believe in America? Is that what you're saying?
No, people believe Christ is coming back.
Yeah, this is why I love doing this show, man. Now you can't look at this show and say, I bet you anybody listen to the show basically say, you know something? Is that what I sound like when I'm talking about we need reparations? Yes.
But I'm saying, I'm sure Ben got that number from somebody. What was that mechanism to arrive at that number for 15 trillion?
I believe Dr. Claude Anderson kind of came up with that number.
It's just an estimate.
Yeah.
Did he tell you the reason behind it?
It was how can I get the, like I said, I don't know, I can't remember all of it. It's almost like if you're suing somebody and you throw a number out, 50 million, and then
they settle.
Elvis, it's just an estimate. It's just a proposal.
No, I'm saying like what Ben is saying. Like you throw a big number and they come to the table and you guys settle, right? Is that kind of what you trying to do?
Like people
So hold on. So if you don't get 15 trillion, will you settle for $15?
I believe they would probably reparation everybody if they add up inflation and everything like that, and they probably Ben. What's the prospect that if I'm the defense of the government?
Hey, Carla, I ask you this: if you live back in the 1920s and somebody said, "What's the possibility of there being a black president?"
There was never a black president. Yeah, I still think.
But Ben, will you take 50 grand if they offer you 50 grand in reparation? Will you think that's an insult, or will you take it?
I would say like this.
My ass on that.
Ben, I would say like this.
Okay.
How if I was basically prosecuting or defending the government right against you for your reparations, I would say I would do some archives and found out not only did your ancestors didn't pick cotton, but they were constant runaways, lazy, petty theft.
And you couldn't prove that. You couldn't prove that.
I would just do my best to prove it.
I mean,
no, you just go get Dane Calloway and say we was already here.
I would get Dane Calloway here, man.
Yeah, now you lost the argument.
You'll never get a dime, man.
Ben Calloway,
go get Ben Calloway and Sinetta and say we from SETI, we from the Pharaohs.
Dominican. Sinetta is Dominican.
You know what? I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
No, he's Dominican.
I didn't know that. I was
that lineage, the Egyptologist, movement was not based on lineage, right? Jamaicans was in it, African American was in it. So it's only now that you guys are worried about his lineage. Before then,
so if you wouldn't take 50,000, what amount would you take?
For me to be worth it, if I had about let me finish. 3 million, and I can with 5% on a CD, that would give me 150,000 a year, 50,000 a month.
So 5 million a piece, right? 5 million a piece.
Man.
They want state and federal too, Colin.
I mean, the least you can ask for is to get, let them wipe your credit score and give you a down payment for a house. I think that's a good start.
Already got good credit, brother.
No, I'm just saying for you, that's fine. But for most people, getting a house, I mean, hey, that's good enough because that generational wealth is gonna appreciate over time. That's a good investment.
You can get a house with a 550 credit score. You do know that, right?
It changes out. Hey, Ben, the thing is, what you're going to have to...
But you live in Canada, bro. You've been living out there for a while, right?
No, in the United States with the USDA, you can get a house with a 550 credit score.
Ben, you're going to go to bed tonight. You're going to dream about this, and then you're going to wake up in the morning pissed with a long car.
No, I'm not going to dream. I got other shit going on. I just brought me a 3D printer today.
$3 million, man.
Yeah, I just brought me a
3 million. I mean,
today.
That's what I'm saying. What do you think justify it, man? You gotta quantify that number, right? Is it the amount of years your ancestors work without getting paid? Is it Jim Crow? What are you equating to that 3 million?
And what did they say?
You asked me what would it be worth me to accept on that settlement?
I mean, you're telling me you'll give up $100,000 in hopes of 3 million? Is that what you're saying? Bird in the hand?
I my ass on that, brother. I got toilet paper already.
Man, I don't know, man. 100,000 is a lot of money, man.
It ain't no lot of money. $100,000 ain't shit. You know what I'm saying?
Elvis, these FBAs, man, it's a hard bargain with the reparations, man. It's a hard bargain.
I mean, you know the old saying right there, the bird in the hand, right?
I can't quit my job with $100,000. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, but you can invest it. You can still have your job, have everything that you have, plus 100,000 on top of that.
Elvis, I talked to them. They want 300,000 minimum. Per person,
exactly. All my kids get it too. All my kids get it.
Yeah, I mean, you probably had a household, right?
Bro,
all the kids, everybody.
I mean, that's the part about negotiation. You got to be reasonable. You can't just say you can't ask for everything. Everything.
Elvis, and that don't include the state. They want state.
They start adding fuel to the fire, bro. We're trying to be reasonable here, bro.
And after that, we going after Africa.
Hey, Dave, hold on, y'all. This is the funny part. See, they math ain't mathing. Dave, I just did the numbers, Dave. If you give them 5 million per 45 million black people, that's 225 trillion.
Yeah, that's the United States doing that.
Add it to the debt, nigga. Add it to the debt.
The
debt.
The debt is like what, 30 trillion? That's like
only 30 trillion. It's only 30 trillion, so they want 7 times the GDP. That what it takes them to make is 8 years. So I just did the math on it. I was shocked. I didn't think I thought Google Hey, caller,
clown.
caller, Google called me a dumb. Google just called me a dumb nigga. I put in 5 million times 45 million. And he's like, dumb nigga. Why would you even ask me to give you that number? But I'll tell you anyway.
Now the people are going for 300,000 per person.
Man, I think $100,000. I'll sell it if I was you, man. 100,000 is a lot of money, man.
Nah, I can't do that with 100,000, brother. That ain't that.
But you know the thing about class action lawsuits, right? Class action lawsuit, you might get $100 million, but you got 3,000 people in that group. Everybody probably gets $150,000.
I got toilet paper already.
So that's a class action lawsuit. You're not gonna get $3 million a person. That's like
he's a million.
I said for me, but 300,000 per person. That's what they were going at. 300,000.
So you settle for 300,000?
If my kids and everybody in the household can get it, you know what I'm saying? And
so everybody in the household, would get, well, not your wife because she's not FBA, but your kids though.
Yeah.
So how many kids you got?
I got enough where I can retire. Shit.
No, I'm saying what I'm doing.
You gonna take the kids' money and retire with it? You're not gonna save it for them?
God damn, Ben, how many kids you got?
About the interest. Put that shit in the CD, a high interest CD. $1 million give you 50,000 a year.
Ben, how many kids you got?
3.
Okay, so that's like 9. So your household you would get 900. So that's like $1 million.
Plus me.
Yeah, that's over $1 million.
Oh shit, that's like 1.2.
Yeah, that's like 60,000 a year.
Okay,
that's 6,000 a month. I can move to fucking Cambodia.
All right, now this is the $1 million. This is the $5 million, $225 trillion question. Ben, if they gave each American 300,000, how much you think a bottle of water would cost?
Black American. I ain't say every American.
No, I mean black American. 45 million. How much you think a bottle of water would cost in the store if they gave that away?
With inflation?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I wouldn't be living here. I'll be in Cambodia somewhere.
You love the Asian countries. Okay, you're an Oriental person.
Yeah,
cheap nigga.
You got to get that. That's
what I'm saying. Ben, think about that, right? What he's saying is true, right? Inflation will be astronomical. The money will almost become worthless. Because that $3 million now with inflation is probably worth like, or even 300,000 is probably worth like $13 million.
What you do with it? I take that million and put
it. No, but the value of the money goes down when inflation goes up, right? You agree with that, right?
Let me finish. I'll put that. I'll get as soon as I get it, I'll switch it to British pounds, nigga.
Nah, because they're gonna know already that you guys are printing, $200 billion or whatever Sim Police said. And that's going to already break the economy and the stock market. Everything is going to crash because that's already an anticipated inflationary action.
They know how to print money. The government, that's all they do is print money.
Bro, when we was on the verge of collapse in 2008, the government didn't even print. They printed like 800 billion at most.
And the government, 800 billion. Society still living. Society still here. Same with
but inflation COVID. Went up, so everything went up. Prices went up. People got mad about it.
We didn't have runaway inflation. They didn't turn in Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? We still made it.
Yeah, and that was only $800 billion during the Obama term when he did that stimulus. Of course, with Trump, I don't know how much they did. I think they did like close to $1 trillion. I'm not sure. But then things went up too also, and people complain about it.
I'm gonna be on somebody's beach.
So you don't care about America. You just want to get your money and dip out and let everybody else suffer.
Not make America strong.
Elvis, I told you that when you get down to the nuts and bolts of the thing, that the FBA movement is individualist in nature. They all individualists.
Everybody individualist, brother. Chinese are individualists.
Nah, the Chinese are communists. They're communal.
They're not.
Bro.
They got different thoughts. I still live in China. Everybody got different points of view, just like we do.
Nah, they got a central government that runs everything for the benefit of the Chinese
I'm talking about people. Government. I'm talking about people.
And you know the funny part is this is a product of MLK. That's why I call him a fuck nigga. That's why I call Martin Luther King a fuck nigga. This is the offspring of we're the product of the MLK environment. This is what happens when you bring a fuck nigga like MLK.
There's people that told him, do you know black people used to have thriving black communities that were independent? MLK discounted all that and made it seem like
it was that immigration bullshit.
and integration, and not just integration, but these people did not believe in black economics because that basically
they thought the white man's ice was colder.
No, they wanted to integrate white society, so they believed that we should blend in with whites and disappear as a race. That's what they really believed.
They thought the white man's ice was colder, so they spent money. They wanted to spend it with white folks.
So I don't know. So
I'm saying, so that was that generation. Every generation is different. You know what I'm saying?
I hate when I was growing up, man. I went to a predominantly all white school. I freaking hated the name Martin Luther King. I said because of him, I'm in here. It's all white school. You know,
well, he did say I might have put my people into a burning house. Remember that?
Yeah, he said that on the last day though.
The bottom line is, all I remember is I just kept hearing little black boys. Like, all of a sudden, the teacher told me, "We're living Martin Luther King's dream."
But Martin Luther King said he want reparations, right? You know that though, right? He said we need reparations.
Yeah, but that's what he said at the end though. After he didn't get his cut, he started talking about the farmers and all that. That goddamn, he thought Kennedy was his boy. You know what I'm saying? Kennedy shitted on him, and then he wanted to go to talking shit at the end. But if you watch that speech he didn't do that in front of a congregation like he was selling it to black people with the "We shall overcome" and "I have a dream" and little black girls and little black boys and little white boys. And he did that in front of mass audience. But when he did the talk about reparations and the burning a burning house, he did that on an interview. That's some fuck nigga shit. You go out there and talk that big boy shit the same way you did. You go do a 1,000,000-man march and tell black people, I might have brought y'all into a burning house. You don't do that for no interview in no small ass boring church.
Well, he did.
That's why I call him a fuck nigga.
He did a TikTok short.
Yeah, he did a TikTok short. That's why I call him a fuck nigga.
Yeah,
you don't do no shit like that. You don't do no shit like that. If your ass go to a family reunion and act your ass, you wait till the next family reunion to apologize to everybody. You don't go apologize and just in a little small group. The way you showed your ass is the way that you apologize. You don't apologize to no see. This one thing that I give white people. I give this to white people, and they definitely teach those black dudes in the NFL and the pro. They make them apologize in full camera in front of the nation. You get what I'm saying? They don't let them write no statements. They make them stand up there with a suit and tie and got them apologize. You get what I'm saying? Because that's the proper way to do it. You know what I'm saying? Either you're going to stand on it, but if you're going to backtrack in front of the same audience that you put that fuck shit out. And that's what made MLK a fuck nigga, because he didn't do that. He was up there screaming and hollering at the National Monument, and then talking about a burning bush sitting in the empty church on the pew. I looked at all the aesthetic when he made that. I'm like, he is not by himself. You can hear his voice echoing. It's nobody in there. And that's why they allowed the pimp that message, so they don't even have to show that message, because that message wasn't seen by the majority. The other message is seen by the majority. It's crazy.
Yeah, thank God for YouTube. You know, but I hear what you're saying. But you know, it's a new generation. The baby, the next on the I'm a Gen Xer, so.
Well, let me say to my fellow Gen Xer, I would say like this, Ben, with all due respect, bro. Look, honestly, people, I would like to see black people come up on that. But but the FBA movement is interested in reparations because it's easier than building a black nationalist movement and stuff like that. I just think basically people are going to be we're going to waste years sitting around talking about reparations, and people are going to be a big letdown. You know,
but you know, Carla, we're the strongest group. People, we have our shortcomings, but we are the most successful group of black people on the planet.
I don't know. Like I told you, Ben. We only successful because we got the white man's head.
Yeah.
No, we are successful at the detriment of whites. They never help.
No.
Everything we built, they tore up.
That, man.
They didn't give us IMF loans to build Black Wall Streets.
Everything but the whole thing is
this. To destroy.
Let me say this, right? Black Wall Street was only possible because at the time,
Wall Street. Now, Wall Street is a many. I won just one.
Telegraph lines, those oil lines, and stuff like that, and those roads, those highways, those bridges, those infrastructure that was
and we
there.
built that. How do you think
No,
the
we
slaves
did
built the
not.
White House? White boys weren't doing shit. We was building the bridges and shit
Even
back
if
then.
we
We
were
built the
laborers, we
mansions
didn't
in the
build it.
South.
You build it is when you build it for yourself and like crafting. We didn't build the railways in Tulsa. We're not, you know, white people. We labored on them. We didn't build it. You know, we didn't design the city.
But did they not blow it up? When have white people came and did anything to help black folks out Pacific?
They never did, and they never will. Just like my son.
Okay, then, but we still here,
they're never going to pass
and we're
over
the successful on the planet. Africa gets all types of aid, loans they don't pay back. They got all types of resources. They're the majority, but we're the small minority.
Well, I know, we know that, but the whole thing is
on the planet.
Hold on, let me tell you this,
the
Ben.
most influential on the planet. The most copied on the planet.
And I agree with you, right? Let's say I agree with you. I think the fact of the matter is, when you look at it, unfortunate history and whatnot, yes, it is an advantage being Black American, living in because we live in the United States and whatnot. You know, to put Black America in any African countries and
we be rich, Carla. We be rich as hell because we gonna know what to do with them resources. Them Africans don't know what to do with
I'm saying if you
we
go
to
get
that gold, Carla.
if you were dropped off in any current countries with no political connections, no political power,
that's as an individual. If you switched us up in the alternate universe and brought the Africans here and switched us to Africa with all them resources, the niggas gonna get it popping.
Hey, Ben, let me ask you a question though. Let me, Carla, I'm shocked that you didn't say this, Ben. So let's say if you pull up some gold out the ground, and then who you gonna sell it to?
Okay, this is what we do. I do like the Saudis did. If I say I was in the country that had oil, I don't have let me finish. I don't have the know-how to process oil, frack it up, and all that kind of stuff. You do like the Saudis did, other Arabs did in Dubai and Saudi Arabia. You make a deal. You
make a deal with who?
Let me finish. It can be whoever, the Europeans, whoever got the
but that's what I'm saying. They have to want to listen. The only reason why they made a deal with the Arabs because they wasn't black. You see how they doing the Nigerians? They ain't making no say. This is what because it doesn't matter what you're finna say because you said the Arab people, they don't even like black people. Don't you see that they only make deals with everybody that's not black?
You know what? Then you don't make this like somebody want to sell on your block. They're gonna have to pay tax for that. And if they don't pay tax, you blowing their shit up. You put
you gonna what I'm saying is, Ben, you got all of these resources in the ground and nobody don't want to sell them. Then what you gonna do with them resources?
Then them bitches was saying, I'm gonna tell you this, brother. All these cell phones cannot operate without those minerals from fucking Africa.
No. That's not true, Ben. That's not true. The thing about it is that once they figured out, do you remember back in the days that they weren't even ran by none of that stuff? What it is, what they found the way that they can get cheap stuff out of Africa and make these phones. Actually, the phones are more flimsy now. The phones are easy to break. When I was growing up, so you ain't from the times of me and Carla. You could drop a phone off a moving car and it went break.
I'm Generation X. I don't know how old you are. You know,
I got you. I'm saying you're not as old as me and Carla. What I'm saying is, I remember when the first cell phone came out, they was durable, no glass, nothing. You get what I'm saying? Actually, the making the phone more stylish is to make them more. What they did was they created another market and make you buy a case. You would never have to buy a case for your phone. Now you got to buy a protected case. You got to buy.
I know the phones. I know the brick phones you can knock a nigga over the head with.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So when they use that technology,
it's made with more premium materials now, right? Like glass and aluminum.
Premium material only means, goddamn, that it's more delicate.
But come on, things evolve, man. Come on, you know what I'm
saying? That's my whole point. So what I'm saying is that in 5 or 6 years, they might design it a different way that they don't even need that stuff anymore. Then what you gonna do with it?
They're gonna need right now. They're gonna need oil. They're gonna need that gold. They're gonna need the lithium, the cobalt. They're gonna need it. We're not in the future yet. And if I'm sitting on all that gold and I'm on prime territory, nigga, you paying me a tax. And if you don't pay me a tax,
but I'm telling you, Ben, they don't have to buy it from you.
Then the shit was staying in the ground.
Then how will you feed your people then?
We can just like we did with Black Wall Street, we can sell to each other. It's enough of us there. You know what I'm saying?
What? You got to build something.
We can build. We don't need white people to build shit, to build a house and open up a goddamn corner store. What the fuck?
Ben, you
don't need white
no.
people to do that shit.
Ben, where you gonna get the equipment from?
Nigga, if I got money, I can buy from the goddamn Japanese or Chinese to buy a goddamn forklift. People would sell to you. You got money.
Where you gonna get the money from, Ben?
Because I have industry. Somebody would open up
No,
a
you don't
restaurant.
understand. That means that your money is gonna be useless if it ain't gonna have no value if you only got corner stores.
Brother, like I said, you have a defeatist mindset. You think you can't
No,
make
no,
it
no,
out
you
with
don't
white
know.
daddy.
What it's showing that you don't understand how the value of your currency works.
Brother, you don't need to hold up. Let me finish. The Chinese made it without white people. What I mean, you got this thing, you need white people to do shit.
Hold on, Ben. Let me say this. I want somebody to explain.
You make your own goddamn economy. You probably take your goddamn self.
People keep saying that Chory, which I support, like got all this or that, but where's the money coming from? Have you figured out how Hustle Smart?
Hey.
Nigga,
I
trade
know
then. If you got to do that, trade, nigga. You bring me a chicken, I'll give you a pig.
That's how slavery worked. That's how slavery happened. Ben, you gonna start selling your people for coat hangers and umbrellas.
I got you, man.
That's the way slavery happened. See how I tied that back in? That was logic coming back to smack you. That's how slavery happened.
Coming back. That first of all, people been trading for years. You know what I'm saying? People been trading.
And then somebody come to you and say, you know what? Those little two girls right there. You know what? Instead of me giving you 2 forklifts, I'll give you 4 forklifts for them 2.
Then that's when you kill a motherfucker. Then if you running that type of society,
yeah, okay. Now you killed. Now you killed them. Now you lost a trade partner.
Now you talking dumb as fuck.
No, I'm just telling you. Every action, there's a reaction. Ben.
I'm selling girls for forklifts. You just talking dumb shit now. You know what I'm saying?
They were selling them for umbrellas and bags of salt.
The Africans. That's why the Africans ain't got shit, nigga. We ain't them. We ain't no goddamn dumb African. That's why they ain't got nothing. We don't have genocide. We don't have ethnocide on our resume. You understand? We don't have mass rapes on our resume. We don't mutilate our women's genitals, nigga. We don't do that.
Yeah, they do. They do cut off them boobs and pussy.
Okay, then we don't do that. We not them. We not them.
I mean, you got to feed the people though.
We can grow plants. People been doing it for millions of years. Before the white man came on the scene.
Vegetarians.
People grew. They had crops. They had animals growing before the white man came out the Caucasus Mountains. People been feeding themselves since time of millennial.
So are you telling me that now you're gonna eat bush meat?
I guess they did today. There you go. I gotta be eating bush meat now. I can't have a farm. I can't grow shit now.
The land Nigeria is not. It's not fertile land.
I'm not Nigerian, nigga.
Oh no, I'm saying what African country would you want to?
How you know you're not Nigerian now, man? You know where your DNA traces back to?
It can be anywhere where there's resources, and especially in Africa, it's the breadbasket of the fucking world. I can grow some shit there.
I don't think so.
The white farmers are doing it. You know what I'm saying? That's why they in Africa now. That's why they in South Africans on bay owning farms and shit.
So you saying you're not gonna eat bush meat?
Look at this. 94% of people believe company.
Is that Carla watching TV in the background?
Carla for to play that bush meat video.
Bush meat.
Man, Ben, listen, man. I understand. I like your fiery take on the situation, but it just doesn't work like that. Like at the end of the day, it's only 45 million black people. You know what I'm saying? Like for that to happen, it would have to go to a country that's suitable for that type of people. You know what I'm saying? Like Nigeria has 230 million people in that place. You know what I'm saying? Americans couldn't run a place like that. You know what I'm saying? Only way we can run a place like that is have the idea to, like Carla said, you got to have the equipment. You got to have top-notch equipment, and And just to build 10 houses or to build a building, it takes about 500 million worth of equipment just to build one building. Ben, you get what I'm saying? So not only you got to build building, you got to build sewage, you got to have those tunnel building machines. You get what I'm saying?
Hey,
you got to have.
I don't know if you travel. Hold up, I don't know if you travel or not, but I've been to places that you may want to call third world, and them people can have more ingenuity. Like you go to East Indian shit.
Yeah,
and
you mean the Asians, right? You're talking about Asians?
Yeah. Hold up, let me finish. They can do shit, farming, all that shit without heavy equipment. You know what I'm saying? They come,
Yeah,
they
sure.
know.
They
It's
can
like the
build
goddamn
irrigation.
Amish. It's like
yeah,
the
but then you putting everybody back in like servitude. Nobody don't want to be bitten over.
It's like the Amish. It's like the Amish.
No, we're not built like that no more. We're not built like that no more, Ben.
Like that no more. You just making excuses now. First you
Ben, we're not built like that. We're not built like that. You know the way that you know why the Asians are good at it and why the Latinos are good at farming, because they're short. They're close to the ground. Their body
center of gravity.
Yeah, they got a low sense of gravity. You know what
how
I'm saying?
the Amish doing it then?
The Amish
that's generational knowledge, Ben. That's generational knowledge.
Now you guys just making an excuse. You get to feed it.
No, I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying the Amish does it because they've been doing it for centuries, and they've been passing it down to their sons and their grandsons and whatnot.
And I know niggas in the South who know how to farm and hunt.
Colonialism in the South. I'm from the South.
Broke away that generational knowledge.
Hey, Ben, I've been in the South my whole life. I don't know no niggas that farm.
I know how to farm, so I'm good. So
what kind of farming? Subsistence farming or industrial farming, Ben?
I know how to farm. I know how to raise chickens. I know how to raise pigs.
So just personal farming, right? Subsistence farming, just to eat.
Yeah.
Not on a large scale to feed other people, right?
People. How can I say? I'm gonna put this way: if you wanted to grow your own lot of food, now I don't know if you know how societies work and civilizations work, then you need to study history. Now, if you got the mindset that you can't do it, that you're so spoiled, then you're gonna die. Then it's survival.
No. Ben, I know people who can farm. Africans in their villages, they're not starving because they can make a little farm and go on there and harvest. But we're talking about feeding thousands of people, even millions of people in the country.
Then. If they don't know how to farm and they can't buy shit, and if it's that bad, nigga, you a die off. It's survival of the fittest.
You're not hearing what I'm saying, right? Subsistence farming is fine. It can sustain yourself and your family. But we're talking on a large scale for sustaining a nation. That's what we're talking about.
Those who know, just like if some shit jumped off, a plague or an apocalypse, those who have the guns and the resources will survive. Those who don't will die.
Oh, so it's gonna be the strongest of the fittest.
It's the ones who know how to survive.
I got you.
We're not talking apocalyptic here. We're talking about building a nation.
Yeah. You also,
it's gonna be apocalyptic for you, nigga, because you're gonna be starving.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
See, I got to know how.
I'm staying with the white man, bro.
Yeah, you gotta stay with it. You gotta stay with it.
I'm gonna chill with the white dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it.
Okay. But Ben, what happened when you go to sleep and then people come over there want to steal your tomatoes and your rutabagas?
Oh, that's why they God made guns, nigga.
Okay, you gonna kill a nigga by the potato.
Oh, I'll kill a nigga if he step in my motherfucking yard when I was living in the States.
Oh man,
you from the South, nigga? You know what time it is.
I do. Hey, Daddy William.
I don't know why. Have guns in Canada?
No, they not.
They said
very difficult.
I don't know, but I know he want to see my. I tell you what, you said who ain't seen my face. Colin know how I look. Colin know exactly how I look. Colin, me and Colin is WhatsApp, and then my pictures on WhatsApp. The reason why
I hope it's a woman asking to see how you look.
It's a dude. Yeah, these fruity ass dudes, bro. This dude that sell perfume in the middle of the mall and shit.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Nigga asking how you look.
Yeah, want to see my face? Nigga, let me say this is the funny part about black people. When black people don't like you, they'll do anything to try to destroy you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the doxing community, that came from black people. When I saw black people was doxing other people, calling people jobs and trying to get people fired and stuff and calling the police. Like this one dude I saw caller, they was goddamn found out where he lived at. They was sending Domino's, Pizza Hut. They were just doing all type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Find out where.
Somebody went to my website and gave me a bad review on Yelp. You know.
Yeah, but this is what black people are.
Fair, Carlo, or you think that's malicious?
No, but bottom line, somebody said you don't like Haitians. Or so. I made some comment about Haitians and whatnot. Anyway, it says I had some of my business partners like, "Yo, man, what's going on? You keep needing these comments." And when I was like, "Yeah, I can't tell." My bro was like, "Man, you gotta stay off the internet, man." Because like I said, if we ever get a bump up in promotion, I can't do the show no more. You know?
Right. Well, Carlo, if you go into a business place, right, or you know a guy that owns a corner store, and you go to the DMV, and he's talking to, say he's a white guy or Asian guy, and you're sitting by him, and he's talking about African Americans in such a disparaging way. Would you patronize his business? Would you want to go out there and tell people not to go to his shop?
The whole thing is that everybody's entitled to their damn opinion.
Yeah.
As I said, like I said, if I did that, right, if I was basically Elvis, unlike you believe, there's good white people out there. I believe they're all.
Where did I ever say that, Carl? Where do you get this shit from? You keep describing that shit to me.
99% of the time, they're saying it behind my back anyway. So I'm like, hey, go ahead and say what you got to say. You don't like black people one night, blah, 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 and everything. Like, we surely give them enough reasons and material to talk about, And
but hold on, caller. What about the women that the Chinese dude was whooping their ass and beating their, throwing them out the nail shop, and then women go right? Black men was out there marching, and the women went out there and told the black men, "We don't need y'all. We want to go in there and get our nails."
You remember that video? The one light-skinned chick come up there and said, "Wait a minute, I'm light-skinned." She went over there and told the dude. She had a weave on and whatever. I'm light-skinned.
Yeah, they put out a sale. They had a line full of bitches.
But most of them were immigrant women. You know that,
No,
right?
no. These FBA.
Ben hit the immigrants, man.
No, they were FBA, bro.
He has a stroke.
FBA women, man. Their priorities all screwed up, man.
They were FBA, but what I'm saying is on this internet shit, like Danny Williams, man, he's a professional faggot, bro. You can tell that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just let him talk. He's the only person that I will let talk because he exposes himself of a simp. And I just hope that maybe I hope that maybe my channel, him going on my channel, that he'll watch something. You know what I'm saying? And then it'll help him out. You get what I'm saying? Or either he'll go get the closest knife, the sharpest knife, and cut both of his wrists. Either he learned or he died. That's just how I see. That's how I see simps like him, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Who are you talking about?
Danny Williams. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know him.
He got a fat faced pig looking motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how he is. I mean, listen, Carla even recognize it. He come on the show everywhere I go to try to get my attention. He remind me of my second baby mama. I swear to God. I swear to white Jesus.
Carla, I like that necklace you got on. You still got it, or did it break?
I'm gonna start selling them. I got like 20 of them.
That's good.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start selling them online.
Well, they got to draw the shape a little bit better though. It's not completely the shape of the country. They could do a little better.
Exactly. You ain't look at it closely. Liberia shaped like a shoe, a boot.
No, I'm saying I looked at it. It looks a little wonky.
Liberia right in the middle written. It was just like I got the African one. I got Liberia.
It's close enough.
Hey, Carla, you remember how Chick-fil-A when they tried to stand on LGBT and people's like, oh, okay, well, since you don't like LGBT, we don't want to buy your chicken sandwiches no more. Like that's stupid shit. Your opinion shouldn't be based on your business.
I don't understand that. Basically, if somebody let me give you an example. There was this incident where a family man, white guy, right? He has a wife and kids, everything like that. He basically got into a heated discussion with some Negroes one night on TikTok. And sometimes people push. If the shit I say to people online sometimes, and then next thing somebody docks them, say, this is behavior. Won't be Right. But if he got up there and you said one incident where the guy pulled his pants down, these black kids beat him up in Walmart. You seen that?
Yeah.
You go down.
Yeah.
Now, if he went out there and put a dress on and makeup on and he would be great. But if you make one comment disparaging about black people or that, you want to destroy the man's house, his career. You want to take everything from him.
But Tyler, as a businessman, you want public approval for your business, right?
Look, let me tell you,
advertising.
If you ever ran a business, you understand, Elvis, right? My personal opinion and what I do is me. I got to be a human being, you know? I don't.
No, that's the thing. When you own a business, you have an extra responsibility to protect yourself and your business.
Where does it stop, right? Because that's a lot of times as a matter of fact, you know what? They basically have broadened the definition of racism to the point where if you say anything about black people, you're a racist, you know? And some of the stuff that people be saying is honestly legitimate criticism of stuff they see.
It's the same with Jews, though, Carla. You say something about a Jew, you ass it down.
What you say?
Same thing with Jewish people. You say anything about Jewish people,
the Bible and people learn from the Jews, right? If you even say the word Jewish, they're gonna come after you and try to destroy you, you know, as any Semite. You know, when we get to that point, we're not living in a free society anymore.
Hey, Carla, have you been to China?
No, I was there last week.
Okay, but check this out. Hey, but check this out. If you want to talk about black folks,
Carla go to Japan before he goes to China.
I don't know if Sim been there now, but look up.
No.
Okay, I used to live there, right? But check this out. Look up online.
You were fucking Chinese bitches too, man.
Look up. You can look up online. Chinese acting badly, whatever. They're more ghetto than any hood rat.
Hold on though, Ben.
Go ahead.
Ben, out of Chinese bitches, Filipino bitches, and black bitches, which one they pussy taste the best?
Oh my gosh, that's
we can't talk about that.
You can ask them the other way around.
It's a family show.
Yeah. Which way you prefer? Which way you prefer out of black, Chinese, and Filipino? Well, I already know Filipino because you married one. But I'm just saying, if you could go back in time, and you put those three women on the table and say, I can pick one. Not regardless of the attitude.
Chinese menu, then, right?
You would rather go to the Chinese menu?
No, I said it's like ordering from a Chinese menu. You can pick this, and that option. That's
I got you. I get what you said. That's what I was looking for.
I would like me a nice red bone.
Right, I get it. If she had that persona, I get what you're saying. Like a black,
what about the Thai women, Ben? What about the Thai women, Ben? The Thai women. What about
Thailand? Say Thailand again. Say Thailand again.
Thailand.
They say he's African American. Well, he got an accent. He keeps saying he's African American. Got an accent just like me.
What are you asking about Thai women? What do you want to know about her?
You want to know if you with the lady boys?
Have you ever dated a Thai woman? That's what I'm just asking.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's like any group. You got women that look good in any group. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta cut it.
Don't get Carla imagining shit, man.
You guys got to start up a channel. You guys want to talk about that, man?
Yeah. Let's not do that.
That's what's smart brought up the topic.
Hey, man,
they jumped in there too. I guess they like time.
And I knew Carla was gonna shut. Carla usually shut it down around the 4-hour mark. I knew you got to shut it down.
Smart brought it up.
We're talking about the topic, man, but I can't say.
Hey, but Carla, the way inflation going, we all might be in some third world country to make it.
No, inflation's actually getting better now, bro.
What, Carla? Have you seen the price of eggs, brother?
Eggs just went down. Elvis, what are you talking about?
Eggs
have went down 87%.
Come on, Elvis.
87%.
Just to put it like this, man. Good job. You know,
eggs don't went down 87%.
Democrats will never win an election.
Gas have went down 37%.
Hey, Carla, have you been to Cape Verde?
Democrats have lost black men like us, and ain't never coming back, man.
Hey, Carla, have you been to Cape Verde?
I don't know where you living at. a year.
Well, have you been to Cape Verde?
A year ago, I was buying 12. It might be going down, but it's definitely not what it was a year ago.
You live in a shit ass state, Minnesota. Who the fuck wants to live there?
I'm asking, but Carter, have you been to Cape Verde?
No, man. No,
I don't know about the other people. If you live in New York, just your egg price, is it the same from last year or is it up?
No. The egg prices everywhere is down, man. Everything's
it went down, man. Come on, man. Stop lying.
I mean, you say it went down, but is it down to what it was a year ago, or is it still pretty high compared to a year ago?
Down, you know.
Yeah, it's going down, but it's still higher than what it was a year ago.
Hey, the average price. Hold on, y'all. I got it. I got the information right now. The average price of eggs when Joe Biden was in office was between $8 and $12 a dozen. Now the average price of eggs February 2025 was $5.90 to $8.
Thank you.
Down
to $8. Let me look it up.
I don't know why Elvis. Elvis is Democrat, so
because look, like I said,
nothing good Trump could do.
I said, also, one of my Liberian friends said, he said, yeah, the Democrats basically got to start reaching out more to his base, the black and brown. I said, ignore us. I said, look, I hate to tell you this, man, but Democrats is now the party of immigrants and migrants, Black people and people who've been here for a few generations, we don't identify the Democrat Party. They're all about these illegal migrants and whatnot. That's the party. They really look at this judge. They're willing to go to jail. Like 3 judges are going to jail.
The egg price. 1 second, Colin. It is high right now, and that's because not even just because of Trump, but it's because of an influx of bird flu. That's why the egg prices is going up. So it's not about just politics. It's about bird flu.
They're down $5.90. They definitely $5.06 in Atlanta.
That's true. The egg prices will be like $15 a dozen if it was Biden, Kamala in power.
Oh my God.
They're down, and the gas prices are down. The gas was averaging $3.20 to $3.40. Now the gas in Atlanta right now is averaging $2.60 and $2.80.
Now, Carla, how come you ain't been to Cape Verde?
Because I had no reason to go to Cape Verde. What did I go there for?
And they speak Spanish over there. No, they speak Spanish over there.
Portuguese.
They speak Portuguese. Let me tell you something. I used to date this Cape Verde girl. She was hot. And she was very
Somebody's talking to you, Ben. They say you got to marry an FBI woman to get reparation, man. What do you think?
I say, no, what I'm saying is this, as far as Cape Verde.
You said you got to marry FBI to get reparation, man.
And everything like that, but I have no historical ties to it, and I don't really care about it,
Women beautiful.
In place with racially ambiguous women.
They're supposed to have a lot of red bones over there.
What you like them ambiguous women because Cabo Verdeans are kind of mixed with Portuguese and black.
Oh, I get it, Ben. So you're LBA, but you like your women.
He like red
other.
bone.
You like your women. You like your women other.
All those FBA guys are colorists. They're fucking.
No, they got it's like in Cuba, they got black Cubans and white.
Well, I know, Cubans. But you're hanging on.
Yeah, but some of the black Cubans aren't black. They got almost gray hair or curly hair.
Yeah, I'm talking about now. They got some Cubans who like straight African shit. What are you talking about?
Well, they're the ones you're looking for a little bit. You know that.
No.
You said nah. Damn right.
I'm just not too keen on the West African women. I think Kenyan women, South African women look good, Tanzanian, but West African, no, not so much.
So you don't like them chocolate. You like your women kind of vanilla.
African, you can't get no black and it's South African.
No, they kind of
light. South Africans have a lot of light-skinned women. No,
they're very light.
That's the mixed bitches. I'm talking about real South African.
No, real South Africans are lighter skinned than most West Africans.
Well, I'm not splitting hairs, man. Tanzania then shit.
Okay, they mixed with India, right? Of that Zanzibar coast. They mixed with India. Yeah, Ethiopians are also mixed. They're not black, man. We're talking real black folks. You go to Ghana, you go to Nigeria, you go to Senegal, you see real black African women.
No, Ben ain't messing with them goddamn mud ducks. He don't want them like that, bro. You want them light skinned. He want a red bone.
They're like red bones.
They ain't
Like
no
red bones.
Ethiopian, no red bone. They just a different looking African. They
They just
African.
But they
mixed.
lighter color though. That you know what I'm saying? They got that carnation milk. So you like yours, you like your FBA mixed with a little carnation milk.
No, I said Kenyan women. Now
All right,
what?
fellas, y'all can hang out and talk, man.
I'm done, man. Hey man, good show, caller. Another goddamn block, bro.
Thanks, bro.
All right, man. All right, brothers.
All right.
All right.